Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the WD Black Cup Season 3 powered by AMD Esports partner Skyesports. I'm back here. This is going to be the day 2. My name is Lucifer. Alongside me, it's going to be Edge, and we are going to be kicking off round of 16. We started yesterday with 32. We had offline as well as online matches that we did see on the stream, but right now it's time for the round of 16. The team's Edge right now are trickling down, and we are going to be having contenders very soon for the King of the Hills. But before that, it's going to be one hell of a day because the matches are going to be best of 3. So I think you are ready for it and get up, Edge.
I definitely am. I mean, after yesterday's matches, we did see three kind of one-sided affairs. So it was around a 32, right? So around a 16. So I'm kind of expecting a bit more when compared to yesterday. It was BO1s as well, and today it's going to be BO3s. So even the first match, if it's going to be one-sided, the second match, when we go into the second map, I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be analyzing the strats coming in from the opponent. They're going to know what kind of game style that they're facing with, right? So they might be putting up a better fight in the second match, and maybe we get to see that decider. We have two BO3s lined up for you guys today, but Sam, I'm just hoping that we see two deciders, to be honest, because two zeros are good, but two ones are always fun.
Exactly, going all the way, I would say traveling all the maps. I mean, especially with 7 maps, and especially already you have a chance to ban 4 of them. So at least give us a gist of watching 3 matches. And if we see 3 matches, it's kind of we can get close to all the 6 map for today at least. But I think somewhere down the line, all the 6 maps might not come through today. We might end up seeing just 4 or maybe just 3 matches, 3 maps particularly repeating in both the matches. Which are those maps going to be? We will be talking about it down the line because right as now, as we said, this is the king of the hill that the teams are playing on about. That is going to be the format where they have to fight and fight and fight until they become the contenders to challenge the king on the top of the hills. And it's not going to be easy to dethrone those, I would say, monsters, if you want to call them, or the beast on top, is because they have been the kings consecutively for 2 times, Edge.
Yep, 2 seasons back to back. Global Esports, man, they are one hell of a team and they're forced to be reckoned with. But we did see, last time we did see some really good players coming in from the contenders as well. So I'm just hoping today, this time we might see a similar one. Maybe it's time for Global Esports to get dethroned, but I'm pretty sure they would like to sit on top there. But Sam, as we were talking about 6 maps, right? I mean, we have 7. We might be able to watch 6 different maps today. So if that's the case, what is the one map that you don't want to see?
Okay. The one map I wouldn't want to see, actually, Edge, I don't have anything in terms of that because all these maps have been changing very rapidly in the meta style. Because as teams are bringing in new changes, we're seeing, right, the chamber coming in as a pseudo duelist, and especially with Neon, who can change the pace of the game. There are a lot of changes, and also the Astra, the main nerf that we saw in the couple of previous patches, that kind of changed the whole controller meta. From even Brimstone coming in, we saw Omen coming in, so there is a couple of times Viper as well who's come into play, but majority we see her stuck towards Icebox because she's very effective there. But nonetheless, these kind of controllers have been activated. A couple of the teams do like playing and getting back that Astra in because of her, I would say, universal capability on anywhere on the map. But yes, it is getting limited right as now, so I don't have any maps that I would want to kind of push off, but if you have any.
Obviously, it's got to be a Sun, right?
Okay.
Classic map
I've
of
thought
Valorant,
about
but
it.
I would have cried if you would have said Bind because I love that
Nah,
map. I was
not at
like
all.
hoping not Bind. So Essen, yeah, I don't hate the map as such now, because I'm trying to find the groove now, But that map, I think I would just exclude if there was an option, right, to watch the other 6 maps. But it all depends. I don't think we're going to be having 6 different maps, to be honest, because I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure there's going to be at least 1, 2 maps being repeated today. We'll wait for the veto. We'll wait for the teams to come in. But as we were talking about Global Esports as well, the contenders, there's Enigma as well, if I'm not wrong, in the
Exactly.
runners-up position. So 2 teams already looking strong. Global, this is just like a wait for them, right? They're going to be just watching the gameplay. They're going to be watching the stream. They're going to be having a lot of time on their hands as well. It's not just the bragging rights. It's also the huge prize pool. 10,000 US dollars is the entire prize pool, and Global, well, they're already confirmed 2,200 of it.
Exactly. I mean, because of being the kings, they have a part of the treasure for themselves. Now it's about unlocking the double of that prize. And if they're able to hold that title for themselves, they'll be reigning kings and they will be remaking history again in their name. So that's one thing that we have to watch out for. I hope these contenders, at least in the season 3, topple them down, take them down. And if they're able to, Global Esports then will start realizing we could not take it anymore easily. We had to bring in our best games. And in the upcoming seasons, they might have to become the contenders, but that's for the next season. This season, still, we have to talk about it. As you said, the second place will be getting $2,200. The third place will be getting $1,000 for themselves. Fourth place will be getting 400 USD. Fifth place will be getting 350. Sixth place will be getting 250 along with the seventh place. But the main prizes, which are kind of the highlights over here, Edge, are going to be the MVP prizes. And not like every time that we see only MVP, who's the top fragger, who has the more ACS, gets that title as well as the prize. This time there is kind of a differentiation for the other players as well. The IGL as well as the supporter getting a part of the prize.
True. I mean, a most valuable player is always going to be the most prestigious award that I'm waiting for. But the IGLing as well, right? People underestimate it sometimes, but it is really important. And support as well. Do not overlook them. Never overlook the support players. But with that, we have the schedule for today. It's gonna be Team Fantom taking on Lethal Esports. The first match here in the round of 16. It's gonna be a best of 3.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be waiting for the map veto. But talking about teams, I'm not really sure who the players are in Team Fantom. But Lethal Esports been, there've been a lot of talks now because
Yes.
a huge name has been added to it.
I agree
Marshall,
with you.
what are
I
your thoughts
mean,
on that?
him right now added on to the roster. There's a lot of expectations coming in from that
True.
team, and especially that we have not seen them play on streams. They have been pretty significant and also, I would say, commanding in the round of 32 matches that they played. So I'm looking forward to them starting here on round of 16. What will they be doing different? Because this is the best of 3. There it was the best of 1. So they knew it's only one map that they'll be playing and they have to give it their all to qualify. So this best of 3 is going to be starting off on Split. I really like it because Split gives you that opportunity of kind of capitalizing on defense. But as we are seeing how it is progressing throughout the, I would say, fights as well as metas around the world, it is becoming that the attackers are also finding their way into sites and getting rounds. But the next map is going to be Ascent, and the last map to conclude, if we go down the road, it's going to be Bind. And you asked for it, you said you really like the map. Let's hope we go there, because I do want to see a complete defense favored map. But talking about the bans, Lethal will be banning Breeze as well as Heaven. As for Phantom, they'll be going and banning Fracture and Icebox.
I'm not really sure why Team Fantom banned Fracture. Maybe it's their worst map because I think, with the addition of Marzel, I kind of expected Split to be their first pick, right? Because Marzel is really good on Split. And also, I think, with him now being added to a new team, to a new roster, it gives him the flexibility and also an opportunity to play that duelist role again. So
Yes.
he might be going in for that raise, and we all know how good he's on the raise with the satchels and with the boom bars, with the pain show, with the showstopper as well. So I mean, it was kind of obvious. I saw that one coming Split. If it was left, I'm not really sure. I actually thought Phantom might ban it, but it wasn't the case. But then talking about Essen as well, right? Cybel's in the team as well, if I'm not wrong. He plays an insane, Sentinel controller role as well. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of comp they're working out with, because now, since Marzel's in, I'm pretty sure there are going to be a couple of changes. But Team Fantom, another team, I mean, they made it to round of 16, so you cannot just, once again, overlook them, right? You cannot
Exactly.
just oversee them. You have to be careful. You never know. I mean, it might be an upset. I mean, I'm calling it an upset because, Lethal, they look strong in that around a 32 matchup. Team Fantom, well, they also had a dominant performance, but Lethal, I think, was just a tad bit better. But if it goes Bind, I am really looking forward to see if it's going to be a Yoru pick coming out from any one of them. Yoru after the rework is really good. We saw a lot of players now playing it. We saw Forsaken absolutely dominating the entire the scene with it as well. So let's see with the teleporters and the faker fake outs coming in now. It can be played, but it all depends on the players. If they're not ready for it, they're not
Exactly.
ready for it.
Whenever the teams come through and the players kind of go in for those agents that we kind of talk about, right? Which full of spectacular plays with their abilities. And now you're talking about Yoru, there can be Neon as well, but it all depends on how that player is feeling confident about it. Now, if you take for Yoru, as you were saying, he kind of becomes that sole responsibility and a solo player who does not need any kind of an, I would say, information or attention or in terms of either assistance, because he has those abilities to go out frag for himself. He can play in as a lurker as well. So I'm looking forward to how they manage it. As you were saying, right? The possibilities right now are endless with the agent pool getting bigger and bigger, and especially the combinations being reworked. We are seeing KO come into the picture in Ascent. We are seeing Split also having KO in a couple of rosters, a double initiator setup coming through. So this first map Split is going to be very crucial for both these teams on what they do and kind of how they bring in their, I would say, first instance in terms of correcting and dominating the first, I would say, half itself. Because if you're able to kind of dominate and say what you want to do in the first half and kind of put down the confidence of the opponent team, you kind of can get that 2-0 easily. Because as we are saying, as you did mention also, Edge, this is the first time these two teams are meeting each other. We'll be seeing how they play against each other, so they're not don't have a lot to work on. And especially after coming in from a best of 5 to a best of 3, at least both these teams can be rely, I would say, kind of relieved on that they have a safety net. But they cannot be relieved on it for long, because if they lose the momentum, anytime a 2-0 can happen, because one map gone, meaning that it's the match point, or I would say series point for that particular round of 16.
True. From a BO1 to a BO3, it's gonna be it's a lot of change. And also, I'm really excited because it's the first time I'm watching both of these teams in
Exactly.
action here, right? To be honest, I'm really excited for Little Esports because of the addition of Marzel coming in. This is the first
Mm-hmm.
time watching him play in this particular new team. Also, I'm really excited for Team Fantom because now they know what's at stake. And it's a knockout, right? There's no lower bracket here,
Yes,
so you
exactly.
you either win or you go out. And winners, well, they're not going to be taking away a lot, but they will be
Mm-hmm.
moving on forward and a tad bit closer to facing off Global Esports, who's already sitting at the top. So Phantom, I want to see what kind of comp they bring in. I want to see what kind of gameplay that trying to figure out, because I'm pretty sure these two teams faced off at least once in scrims, but I don't think it was after the addition of Marzo.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I keep stressing on this one because it changes a lot,
Yep.
right?
Agreed.
Because him, Marzo being a huge name in different game titles as well, he brings in that new flair to the team. So I want to see how well Lethal Esports have adapted,
Mm-hmm.
because him being added, I don't think it has been that long. So I'm not really sure how the team is
Yes.
revolving around him. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. And at the same time, I want to see if Phantom can take advantage of that, because
Mm.
people, I mean, the other four players, they're still getting used to Maslow's gameplay, right? They're still trying to find that synergy. So if Phantom can figure out a way to take advantage of that, I think Phantom has a really good chance of taking it. Maybe not 2-0, but maybe 2-1.
It's a great thing that you just pointed out right, both the things, right? One is like the Marzel's audition. It can be spectacular and might can be a booster for Lethal over there. But still, you did say on the other side that the other players are getting used to him. The playstyle needs to be adjusted. At the end of the day, it's a team game that these teams and players need to play for. So it is going to be kind of difficult. But if there is a weak spot that anybody can exploit, if they can find it out, whether it's for Phantom, whether it's for Lethal, whoever it is, if they can find one, they can get a lot of rounds in their bag. And if they get it, especially in the start itself, whether it is here on Split itself or maybe when we head over to Ascent, because that is for sure coming through. But whichever map it is very crucial in the early stages of the rounds to make sure you have an advantage. Because we know when there is a switch up happening, right? The side switch up, the score, that's where it matters. If it's a 7-5, there's a kind of a chance that you can equalize the score in the pistol round itself. But if you've created an 8-4 or even a 9-3 score, I know there's a curse kind of thing going on around, but at certain times does not get activated. So it's up to the teams on how they play it out. It's all about their mentality, because this game at the end of the day, it is, we know that how precise these players are in terms of their aim and the duels that they take. But at the end of the day, it all becomes of the mental game that the opponent team is putting forth to them. So if they're
True.
able to kind of counter that, it should be an easy run for any of these teams.
It's gotta be. I mean, they're all mechanical skill. That's exactly why they're in round of 16 right now. But it all, I mean, as you said, it all comes down to synergy, the gameplay,
Yes.
and aim. I mean, aim is the name of the game. It's gotta
Mm-hmm.
be there. But game sense, another thing that people kind of, and also I want to see what kind of comp we're gonna be going in. And talking about composition, Team Phantom, they're on the defensive half, and they're gonna be going in with Omen, Preach, Raze, Sky, and Chamber. Okay, I don't see a Sage there. Okay, I'm kind of looking forward to this one. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know Rafa was in lethal. Okay.
Yep.
Now, this is going to be interesting, Sam.
It is going to be very interesting. We were talking about maybe a double initiator setup coming through, but look at this. I would want to call this a triple duelist setup, right? Because of Chamber acting in as a pseudo duelist in between over there, we know his potential. He has three guns if he gets his ultimate, and you know that time he gets cracked, and especially Marzel playing that, it's going to be huge. And look at them, they're just relying on one initiator, kind of not even getting the sage in. It is going to be a double duelist setup coming in. I'm again referring to Chamber, guys, don't take me hard over there, it's just Chamber coming through. But yes, we're going to be seeing YR21 kind of countering Android over there from Lethal Esports for Fantom. But here is one major, I would say, turning point that can work out for Fantom. That is Sus coming through with the breach. It's going to be very, I would say, effective if it is played out right. But again, Omen coming back into the picture. I'm really going to be loving it from both the sides, especially. And Sky, as usual, we have seen how effective she is, especially because how her flashes can travel, whereas the other flashes are kind of linear. And then we'd already talked about the Chamber. But what do you think, Edge, just by looking into the composition, which feels more effective or overpowered?
I mean, one thing I don't understand is why Marzel not on a duel list. I
We'll
mean,
get
maybe
the
the
answer
team already
soon.
has, maybe they already have a couple of duel lists. So Marzel, because this thing is, Marzel is flexible, right? He's quite adaptive. He can go in and fill in any role. So I think that's the reason. But looking at, I mean, as you said, looking at the agents itself, I gotta say, Lethal has an upper hand here because of having the Jet and Raze, both
Yeah.
fast-paced duelists. But also, I think a KO would have been better on Fantom. But let's see what happens. It's gonna be a pistol round, the first match here in round of 16. It's gonna be a BO3, and it's gonna be the map of split.
The flash comes through from mid, and right now denying positions. They've used one smoke from both the ends, kind of trying to block, but still, Lethal Esports, they want to take mid control because you know how crucial it is going to be, and they're thinking of wandering towards A. The setup right now is only with Chamber at the A side, so yes, it is not that easy to defend it, but we know Chamber has a rendezvous, so he can immediately get back to his defender spawn, so I think it shouldn't be difficult for him. But Lucia finally picking up the spike where it could have been caught from the opponent Omen because he's already pushed up B garage.
Gotta be careful. I mean, they're trying to make their way towards B. Heaven now 4. Sneaking and walking. Android is already down to 40 HP. It's gonna be the Trailblazer trying to clear out the angle. It's gonna be Pagel being used as well as the type of KT. But there's one towards B main. They don't know that it's actually two. Sensei, what a beautiful dig, but he doesn't get the frag. It's gonna be 31 taking him down, but an instant trade comes in from Marcel down to a 4 with the sports creation right now. Sky's low, and so is the race coming out from Lethal Esports.
They thought that, as you said, the B was clear, but look at that. Another woman pops up, and they're like two players doing that. Nobody cleared that. Now that is the main difficulty that they're facing. But in the meantime, Android and Rafa, they're taking players down, and Android and Lucia goes and plays as a better Omen over there. Eliminates and gets this first round going for Lethal. But looking at how the first round played, it felt like maybe it would have been Phantom's round, especially with getting that Omen all of a sudden as a surprise from B Garage, where those two defenders had pushed up together. That was a good play coming in from the side of Fantom, but at the end of the round, it did not work out.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out in their favor. But actually, even I thought, to be honest, with the Omen's position there, it was a B main, Valor also getting a couple of kills there. I thought maybe the round will go into the favor, but then Android, he got that frag, which was really important, and there you go. Rendezvous out of their shadow, baits out the boom bomb, but a beautiful flash, but not going to be taking any advantage of it, unfortunately. Marzel's safe for now. Got to be careful. It's all about the timing. Shock. If you push this, you get a freebie, and I don't think he knows that Marzel is already... He casually walked in, man.
Exactly.
He just casually walked in, and it's a freebie.
Oh!
Okay, my bad. Not a freebie.
Shock with the right click supremacy edge. That's what we have been seeing in these recent matches. Yesterday also we did see right clicks from that classic being very good. Right now sight was being held for himself, not for long. It's the Spectre that they have. Okay, but he wants to pick up a pick, but Marzel is just better, will be eliminating. Shock gets another one, but that's the end as Sensei puts him down. And that's going to be a round that Lethal will be getting back again. Yes, a couple of weapons dropped for them. They did lose 2 players, but still, in terms of, I would say, the economy damage, there's not a lot that they have to be worried about. If they did lose another Spectre over there, then they would be in a little bit of a tad trouble of not having the economy in their favor. But the full buy is in for Fantom. Full buy is what they have to work with and think about getting this round, because we know Split, it's a defense favored map, Edge.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it a defense favor back completely. But yeah, I mean, with having 2 initiators on the side of Team Fantom, I think they have a really good attacking lineup as well. But Sensei just catches Shadow off guard completely and takes him down with the Spectre as well. There you go, that's one. That's one rifle down already, year 21.
Okay.
It's the only factor is that it was a goddamn Fantom. Otherwise, that was a kill there onto Marzo. Now I think he's making it fast, but never mind, it's not. Shock light. But that movement coming in from Andrew was just too beautiful with the satchel there. Unfortunately for Lethal Esports, sorry for Fantom there. Sorry, but Sensei, there you go. He takes a Vandal and then takes one more.
Okiwa, what a backstab from him coming. He pushed up B and he got that. And now the weapon's actually kind of working in the favor here for Fantom. But let's see if Lethal can pull it up. They did pick up a weapon. I think there is a Vandal that they have in their hand. Lucia, he's right now at Rafters. The Paranoid hits him. He immediately drops down, but immediately gives the call to Rafa. Rafa does connect his shots, but he does not get that kill, because of which he gets damaged and now he has to back off. Now him being the Sky, there's nobody else to heal him. The shots, they're being sent across, a couple of bullets, trying to connect with the opponent, but let's see if Lucia will be getting, yes, but Sensei is dropped. Now it's going to be the last player surviving from Fantom. Let's see if there is a chance of a 2v1, because the health on Rafa is not that great and he had to get that. He did get one on Lucia, but immediate trade coming in from Rafa. The positioning, the way he played, and to the audio cues, Edge was just spectacular.
That was a bad round for Fantom. It was a full buy round, and it was a bonus coming in from Lethal, and they made it work as well. Right, yeah, they did have 4 casualties, but it doesn't really matter because they got the round, they got the economy back in their favor, and on the side of Team Fantom, the economy is gone completely in shambles right now, which means it's going to be another free round, should be a free round for Lethal Esports, but Team Fantom, they got it, they can actually still make it work. Maybe a 3-3 round is on the cards here. Let's see, I think Omen might be able to land a beautiful one there. Oh, it wasn't Omen, it was Shadow Hunter taking on Marzo there with the Headhunter. Sensei gets the trade towards B, and now that grenade will push out a couple players, but there is a flash. Oh, actually, it's going to be the Trailblazer coming in. And the heal comes out as well. They know that there's one more beautiful flash, but Sensei, he has a cloud burst there. Does he know where the race is? I don't think so, but he will know. Year 21, he does get one though. Sensei, he's gonna get that trade yet again. He's just playing the trade game. 3v3, making it 3v3, but Sensei got one more after making it 1v3. You know what? That's everything. There's a round's done.
Round's done right now. Very dominant is what the journey for Lethal is going to be. They have 4 rounds in their bag, and there's nothing for Fantom to say about it. They have been unable to defend it. They have been unable to retake it. Even their full buy did not work in their favor. So Edge, it is going to be very difficult for Fantom if they right now make any more mistakes. Yes, 4 rounds being lost is still okay. They still have 2 more rounds kind of coming close to the first half, and that's where we get an idea whether this is Lethal kind of taking this map away or it's Fantom. Fantom do have a chance. I think they should go for a timeout rather than go in for a fight, because this is their full buy. But look at that mid execution every time coming through. But every time the mid execution is there, there's Shockla with the flash, and the flash is so effective, but they're not making use of that flash at all, Edge.
Still in sight.
Again, unfortunately, yeah. They are using the flash, but they're unable to capitalize on that. While on the side of Lethal, every time Rafa flashes, every time he flashes, there is someone peeking. Even now, you can see the flash was there, but no real contact being made. Shadow Hunter once again, he's different muscle. Dipping him on the chamber, but here 21, he got that trade shock like as a spike on Rafa, and finally looks like there is hope after all for Team Fantom. Lethal Esports. Well, they get decimated this one. But the one that I'm actually looking forward to is that fight between Shadow Hunter and Marzo. He only has 2 frags, and both of them are on Marzo.
This is really good, Edge. The way Fantom immediately understood that this is a very crucial round, but especially the smokes and the plays that they're making. They are closing off angles and concentrating on one particular position, pushing that and clearing at that, and then worrying about the different angles and maybe players' position that can come through from. So I think Fantom need to keep doing a lot more about it. But right now they've read into it right that every time that we see Lethal play, they want to take mid control. We understand why mid is so crucial because it lets you go both the ways, either A, either B. You can immediately rotate if you have a mid control, and that's the reason mid presence is always being shown. But every time that they were concentrating on mid, there was a backstab from B, and this time they're not going to be making that mistake. As you see, Lucia as well as Sensei, they are at B garage. But in the meantime, Trailblazer finds position of not just one, I'm pretty sure at least 2 or 3 at mailroom, and it's going to be difficult. But the grenade takes year 21 down when he was on his ultimate. What? And Android gets another one.
Major diff. Major diff.
I don't care if it's a diff, Edge.
What happened?
But a grenade versus the rocket launcher.
Showstopper, exactly. How? How and what happened? And you can see I'm completely open. That's side gone. I mean, Mazel doesn't know it yet, but there's all the players on the side of Fantom are already on B. I'm sorry. They should be able to realize it now, right? Yeah, there you go. That's gonna be the cue. Lethal Esports will have the complete side to themselves, and a 5 vs 3 retake shouldn't be possible. We're just coming out of shadows available. It's gonna be the Guiding Light once again giving away the position. Android, I think it's yeah, there you go. One, he spots another one. Can he get the third? Can he get the fourth? I mean, no, so it's gonna be Mazel sitting it away. It's gonna be only Omen now. He can actually get this one onto Marzel pretty easily. Whoa.
Okay.
Are you looking at that dot, Sam?
Yeah.
That's huge.
He does not have a laser, right? So he's making use of that as a mark over there. But Oikawa, he thought he can go in for those exit frags, and he kind of tried to go right behind them. But they've been smart about it. They think that he's trying to save the rifle. On the other end, they did not have an idea that he's going to be coming back for a backstab or exit frags, and none of them head back to the attacker's side, and they're already at the B side. So Oikawa, he will be saving his rifle as well as all the other players from Lethal, but Lethal immediately getting back that round. The round that they lost after the 4th one, they gave away the 5th one, but the immediate 6th round they've snatched back, and they're not letting Fantom get any momentum at this moment, Edge. And they also understand if there's any momentum that Fantom get to themselves, maybe they can get a lot more rounds, and especially on the defensive half, if they get a better advantage in score, it can become a little bit difficult for Lethal later down the line, because we've seen even a single round is more than effective in terms of that map going in that team's favor or somebody else's. Wait, what? Okay, he was sending out a flash, but I think there was a pre-fire because of which that got destroyed.
And now look at that. Trailblazers just crossing paths with each other. He has to be careful. He has to be careful, Shadow Hunter. That would have been an insane one. But damn, son, he landed the ding. But then instant heal coming in from Rafa there will make sure that Jet is back to 100 HP, no armor though. But now they're making their way back to A once again. And to be honest, Lethal, they're kind of predictable at this point. They should be. Fantom should be predicting this. They should be reading this perfectly. And Sus kind of does, but he will take him down nevertheless. Shocklock will get one down to a 3 with 4. Shocklock gets another one. Muzzle goes down. It's a 3 with 3 situation. It's going to be Seekers being led out from Lethal Esports as well. They have 2 more ultimates coming out of shadows. And the
Spike planted.
And the Blaze Storm available. But a 3 vs 3 retake with 45 seconds on the clock. Sam, do you think it's possible?
It is, but the trail, I would say the Seekers gave away the position edge. So I'm not happy about that. So it's going to be difficult for them. And look at Rafa's position. He's already pushed up screens and right now looking towards heaven. If he pushes up, he's going to be spotting year 21. But year 21, the timing was just brilliant. He goes down from Raptor. Shockla gets a 3K. Year 21 gets put down. And Shockla finally also goes down. Now it's up to the last surviving players. Oikawa gets one. His call and position is known right now. And it's going to be difficult for him. But he does not know Rafa's position because Rafa never took a fight from heaven. The timing was just brilliant from Rafa's movement from screens towards heaven. Even year 21 did not spot him, and that's going to be another round. It came so close for Fantom, even though the positions were known. The most impactful player over there was Shockla. I think they should have tried and hold, I would say, right? We don't want to see this in the competitive scenario, but I would say it's okay. They should have given baits up for him. They should have gone ahead because in that round, Shokla was just popping heads.
Chocolate was just too good. That particular round at least. Now, 1-6. Later into the 5-round advantage. Going to be the smoke dash play coming in, and later it's going to be open, which means that's going to be the spike. 3 lead planted. Sensei, he has to be careful. What a shot coming in from Sauce. Will take him down. That's going to be one Vandal retreat down to a 4 versus 5. They do have the rolling thunder and coming out of shadows available. There is, although, the showstopper from Android, but I don't think it's going to be needed and necessary at all. Once again, wait. Oh, I don't think it was a free fire. This time the rolling thunder is useless. And the showstopper is useless. Shot against one. Wait, what? A thrifty flawless?
Okay, that was just brilliant. To get a flawless and with broken weapons, Spectres here and there, whether it was Sheriff, there was a Vandal that got retrieved. But what a play coming in from Fantom. That one breach ultimate coming through, the rolling thunder completely kind of broke their post plant positions, and they could not do anything about that, and immediately they jumped through that and they made sure they capitalized on that rolling thunder without giving any time to react for the side of Lethal, and that's the reason they got this round on board. But still, the difference is there, Edge. Irrespective that was a spectacular round, they're still at a 4-round deficit.
I'm out of words. Now that is what I wanted to see, and it's kind of clear right now that Marzel is still adapting to it. You can see everyone else are on a different sync compared to him, but it's Sensei once again getting one, but an instant trade comes in. Rafa takes another one, and he trades 2. A 2-to-1 trade, and Lethal will take that any day. Android crisp with the headshot there. Marzel takes down Raze. And 7-2, Lethal Esports still cruising away though.
You were saying something about Marzel?
I was talking about the synergy. I'm not talking about his aim because he is still one of the best.
He just wants to make sure, But jokes apart, he's showing his play out there. And he's making it work, Edge. So we'll be seeing if this is going to be enough for Lethal, or is there a chance that Fantom can actually make a comeback. They're still losing rounds. And again, look at that. They're players that as individuals, it's really good for coming in from Fantom. Sus, he takes Sensei down twice in the same position. And now starting it off, Shadow takes Sensei down with that operator. And we know, if not Jet, we see that operator coming in on Chamber, and now Chamber, he's making it work. But this time, Rendezvous is not available here for Shadow. So if he gets trapped here, he's done for. That operator might go down, but they're reading this right. The damage was done, but it was just not enough. And Marzel, who was trying to creep in and get his way into Mailroom and Heaven, gets denied.
You were saying something? You were saying something?
Nothing.
See, that's what I meant. See, he's just not a... it feels like he's not on the same page as his teammates. That's all I was saying.
True.
But right now, it's a 3 versus 5, and Rafa, he knows exactly where to look. Perfect flash. Oh! He whiffed. Rafa, I don't think he was completely blinded there. And I saw his crosshair move a little to the left, unfortunately. Fixed it at the end, beautiful. But Android satchels, man. Oh, he's making it work, and right now it's a 1v4, and if anyone can do it, it's Android, but right now,
I have the spike.
he only has 70 HP, and he has 3 players to work with, and unfortunately, it's gonna be the Raze on the opponents that's gonna be taking him down. A 3-7 scoreline, and Team Fantom, well, they're catching up slowly and steadily.
I think what's happening here from, as you said, Lethal, they're kind of thinking that if you saw the early rounds, Fantom were going in for very early rotates. As soon as they understand that there is aggression at B, everybody starts moving to B. And if they think about a quick rotation for Lethal, they'll find A completely deserted and they can immediately take that side. But now, Fantom have understood why they have been able to lose so many rounds. They've immediately countered it, and right now they're not going in for fast rotations. They're just holding positions, waiting for when the attackers actually commit and enter the side. And right now, it's getting denied. The smoke, yes, prevents the operator, but look at that. There was a commitment. He thought about pushing the smoke, but as soon as he heard the sound, he backed off, and now same goes for Shokla. He has a flash in his hand to deny control of Heaven. He'll flash, go for a peek, and get information, but before that can happen, everybody is entering vents and they're pushing A.
mean, Fantom, you're right. They have adapted. They kind of understood what Lethal Esports are doing. And once again, it's still the first map. We still have potentially 2 more. But let's see what happens. It's going to be Mazel once again trying to make his work. Make his way actually. Oh, okay, that was scary for a second. I actually thought that might actually be. But you know, the way that he's playing, he's delaying. He's delaying the. Oh my lord! Was nasty coming in from Shadow.
Perfection. He knew there's going to be a player coming through, and I mean, there's nothing that you can describe about the shot, but still, there is a disadvantage. Look at this. They've gotten the spike down. The time is being delayed. Shockla gets one. Sensei is down. Players are falling apart from Lethal. They need to find a lot more flash. But Lucia, as soon as he gets one, he gets stazed because of the fall line, and that's done for Lethal. And out of how it was looking for Fantom in the first half, I would say, first initial rounds, it's not looking the same anymore. It looks Fantom are better prepared and adapted, and I agree. It was all the changer coming through from Shadow's operator shot.
There is no way you can counter this. Look at that. There's nothing
Needed
you can
that
do, to be
insta
honest. If we needed that. Thank you, production, for that one. But man, even this one, the last one, look at us. He casually jumps in. Boom. Headshots the hell out of Rafa. Lethal Esports, well, not looking so lethal right now. Fantom, well, let's see what more they have in store, because right now they are surprising me, to be honest. I'm still waiting. It's going to be the final round of the first half. If they can somehow make it, even a 4-8 is decent, if you ask me. Yeah, I know. I mean, people think Split. I mean, people say that Split is going to be defensive favored map, but B's completely open. Oh no, this might be a lethal mistake coming in from Fantom though, but the side is already open. And a beautiful flash dropping against one. He's going to get traded out by Sensei's Blades, down to a 4 versus 4 situation here.
There's still some amount of overcommitment coming through from Fantom. And you saw Shockla getting one. He should have just backed off. He had the opportunity, but he thought, if there's still players getting inside side, let me just try and hold it off, and makes the mistake. But right now, Sus reading it right. He understands somebody might have gone aggressive, but this time it's not just one. It's 2 players here, so he needs to be effective. He uses the Rolling Thunder. He's getting ready for it. But the players are pushing in. He uses the Rolling Thunder. Does not matter because Sensei, he's pushing up now. He's found Oikawa, and Oikawa is just looking down at side, whereas Sensei, he has blood rest and is going to be putting him down and dicing him down and getting the 8th round online for Lethal. The read was there, Edge, but when they had to check the corner, they thought, okay, if there's nobody who's come close to the stairs, I think they shouldn't have come close to the defender spawn at least, and then they lost it. This
was the moment that changed that. And Sensei instantly getting that blades out and then taking Sus down. I think that was, you know, I think the second flash, I think Breach had one more flash. He would have just flashed that corner. I think maybe, I mean, there was a better chance that they might have, you know, taken down Sensei and another one, and the retake would have been possible because they did have the Rolling Thunder after all. But now, Team Fantom, they're on the attacking half. Lethal with only 1 Sentinel and 1 Initiator and 2 Duelists. I want to see how it works out, because having 2 Initiators, Team Fantom, they should be able to gather a lot of information. But if Trace cannot get them entries, it's going to be super hard.
Having a disadvantage, they need these rounds, especially from the start. The pistol round needs to start working in their favor. Android, his boombot finds information. The other end, also the utilities do find information. But right now, the grenade, if it was used right now, it would have done the damage. But look at that. His pistol also does the damage. But just because his crosshair, it was not a little bit up, he gets a couple of the shots. I think a couple of them were also leg shots, and unfortunately, the damage is there, but it's not enough to get that first pick or the first blood. But right as now, both the teams are right now playing slow. They're not going completely aggressive. They thought about going in through vents, but I'm pretty sure they would have heard the sound cue of the trademark, and they understand as soon as that gets activated, it's going to be difficult. So they're calling a little bit of a backup. But yes, time is getting wasted. 40 seconds on the clock. Another smoke being deployed from Lucia. Wait, I thought he was about to do it. But right, yeah. Oh, he was thinking about the paranoia. That's why his hands were kind of going in like a magician.
30 seconds left.
I actually don't understand why they were delaying it so much. And Mazel gets a free B. He gets another one as well. But it's going to get finally taken down. Sus gets one. Gets 21. Okay. Turns around, takes out Sensei. But Android, he gets that kill. And now Lethal in a 2 versus 3. Actually like a 1v3 because Breach is really low. And that's a chance to right click the hell out of it.
One enemy remaining.
it doesn't happen. And now all down to one player, and that is Sky. There's nothing he can do. They're going to be sticking it. 3-2-1. Lucia will take him down. Pretty easy stuff for Lethal. But once again, the delay at that vent, I don't understand. Fantom, they had all that control. You know, I mean, if they wanted to go back, they should have just went back. If they wanted to push, they could have pushed a little earlier, and then maybe they would have had the chance to, you know, take multiple fights, take more control of the side. Because Marza was just casually playing, right? It's not like he had some insane position. He was just out in the open.
Exactly.
He could have gone down there. Unfortunately for the side of Fantom, it was all, you know, I think a bit of miscommunication coming into play there.
I agree with you. It's just a small mistake that's proving a little bit disastrous here for Fantom. They pushed up A and they thought it would work. But right now, this time they're not going to be delaying. They read it right and make use of the frenzy against a Spectre. And Shokla, I mean, he has been dangerous, and especially getting shots like this, it does tell us that Shokla has a lot more going in the upcoming rounds. But let's just hope they are able to convert this anti-eco. If it comes in the favor of Team Fantom, they're going to be denying the economy for Lethal, and then they can have their own better buys where they can fight it out. But right as of now, they have to eliminate Sensei as well. But Sensei gets the initial shots connected on, and right now it's going to be very difficult because Shadow is super low. Yes, they do have a Sky going in for regrowth before that regrowth can come, and there's just chaos and bullets being rained. And they are going to be taking and regaining mid control. On the other hand, Oikawa gets one and brings it back to a 2v2 situation. So there are chances of a couple of Spectres being picked from the side of Fantom.
Oh no, once again, somehow Fantom made it work. Down to a 2v2, that's all I'm saying. Shadowhunter is low. If he can get one more, I think
30
it's going to
seconds
be
left.
really easy for them to take it. But he only has one. One in the chamber. Let's see if he can actually make it work. But look at Omen's position.
Exactly.
Oh no, that is so good. Bad Android right now. Peek.
Last player standing.
No, I actually okay. I mean, we missed Android's POV, but I don't know how. I think maybe he missed the shot, Shadowhunter. Otherwise, I don't think Android should. I mean, I don't think he 180'd him. That shouldn't be possible.
I mean, Android over there was always like kind of checking two different positions. He was quick in moving his mouse over there, and I think that's one of the reasons he might have saw like the pixel of it and immediately took the player down. But nonetheless, it's double digits for Lethal right now. They have 10 on their cards, and they'll be looking forward to closing it as soon as possible, especially because this is their pick, Edge. The split map should go in their name because it's their map, and the next upcoming map Ascent is going to be Phantom's pick, and also the decider is going to be Fantom. So Fantom, maybe if this does not go through and they cannot get it a little bit closer, they should just understand how Lethal are playing here, and they're kind of understanding it. Just as we saw in the attacking half of Lethal, they understood how they are playing around and they kind of adapted to it, but it was a little bit too late. Now in the defensive half as well, the adaptation is still not there. They did bring it to a 2v2, so we understand, and especially at this point of time, as we said, in terms of the mechanical skill, all these players are cracked.
Everyone is indeed. 21, he just casually walks in, gets that timing perfectly, takes his counterpart, but look at Marzin's position, and he will take it down.
Ouch.
And that's what I was talking about, right? He just stands in weird positions, like completely weird off angles out in the open. And it's not like he had a TP ready as well. He could have gone down there. If it was a white screen coming out for a moment, he would have went down there. And now the information has been relayed at Lethal Esports. They're already making their way towards A. You gotta be
30
careful.
seconds left.
21, you're not checking your right. That's gonna be a major mistake. Sensei gets one.
down
Sensei should be
A.
able to get another one. There you go, down to a 4-2 situation. And just like that, Lethal already have an upper hand.
enemy
Actually
remaining.
splashed, and the Shadow got himself a double. But Sensei got a triple, making
Oh.
a quad. Takes down Shokla and Lethal. Gold, they're on their way to a cruising victory here, 11-4.
That, I would say, I don't know what to talk about it. As you said, not clearing ramps over there, just blindly going through. I understand there were a couple of players coming from ramps pushing up. You had to wait for them rather than just pushing it to heaven from vents. They made that small mistake, and Sensei got that opening, got the opportunity, as well as the flashes coming in from his teammate Rafa. That was just timed perfectly, denying vision, and there was nothing that they could have done at heaven. So another round written for Lethal Esports, and now the operator, the big gun has been pulled up from Lethal to get their their match point rolling. But look at Android's position. He's pushed up. He gets one. He has a chance of getting another one. Here 21. Will he get it? No, here 21 gets denied. There's another player that's going to be there. But Shokla takes Lucia down. And now the spike carrier is coming in from the sewers. If they would have committed, they could have done a lot more. But as the entry was there here at B side, they want to make sure they do not let that entry kind of become the stronghold. And they're immediately trying to capitalize. But Shokla's entry does not matter because he does not have the spike. It's just a distraction. The spike is all the way towards A, where Marzel again in an off angle he's holding. So it's going to be very difficult here to do anything. But Shokla, as soon as he got an initial pick, he picks up the rifle, and that rifle helps him to take down Android.
A 3 versus 3 situation right now. Team Fantom, they need this round at all costs. They cannot let Lethal go for that. Ooh. They cannot let Lethal go for that match point there. But Senti misses a couple of shots and then saws through the smoke, takes him down finally. But look at Rafa.
He saw.
Rafa, you sneaky little snail. He's just casually walking.
30 seconds left.
3B. There you
Spike
go. Rafa
planted.
just casually gets him. I mean, if he would have got another one if it was a B main plan. But I think Mazwan, he
enemy
will get
remaining.
a 3B here as well. It's all down to Omen in a 1v2 with only a sheriff in his hand. He has to be careful here. He's looking at the wrong direction, Mazil, but it doesn't matter. Because Oikawa, well, he misses the first shot, and that's all Mazil needed. Turns around, takes him down, and Lethal Esports 12-4 match point here on the map, or split. Their map pick as well.
Exactly. I mean, I did say that they'll be getting the big gun online, and I thought that is the one that'll be effective to get that match point, but that was not the case. So their map point will come with the help of Rafa as well as Marzel as they play together, but it did take a lot of time for Fantom to just get the spike. The spike was going from A to B, A to B. There was twice that the spike did think about coming to B and then again returning back to A. But finally it did make its entrance. But by that time, as we saw, Rafa, the timing was just perfect. He didn't even spot out Oikawa, but just as I wouldn't bring you into the picture, if I would have seen Oikawa and if I would have been there, I would have sprayed. And that would have given away my position. But right now, the operator does get and the initial pick, but does not matter. Initially, immediately gets traded off, but none of them having the Sage, there's no resurrection, so it's still a 4v4.
Man advantage instantly taken away, right, with the trade. And now the thing is, Lethal Esports, they don't mind losing a Jet because it's only a Blaze Storm, but for Fantom, that Seeker's gone. Now they can't utilize that Seekers, and they need 8 rounds back to back. I'm not really sure how they can make it work right now. They do have the Rolling Thunder available. They can actually go for it, and I think that's exactly what they're trying to play for. The smokes are coming in. It's going to be the false line. Actually, the Rolling Thunder has already been used, and the Showstopper will be taking down one perfectly in time. The fourth time will take down one. Mazu goes down, but he will take down one more. Sussy takes down Andrew down to a 2 versus 2. Commander Shadows is available, so they can actually just TP to B, but they're not going to be doing that. Starts with 50 points of health. They has to be careful. He's just casually walking in. Rafa gets 1, Rafa gets 2, and with that, it's going to be GGWP.
It's done. Lethal will be walking away with the first map in their name, and yes, it was their choice, so they'll be happy about it, Edge, but this is not done. It might be that the first map is gone in the favor of Lethal Esports, but Fantom still do have a chance of getting this back in their hands because it's going to be Ascent. And it's a classic matchup of Valorant. It has been played over multiple matches and maps, and I would say out of all the other maps, Ascent might be the map that we can kind of say out loud that it has seen a lot of meta changes. There's been so many changes and setups in terms of what agents can be brought in, what combinations can be played out. But here on Split, the combination that we were thinking in terms of firepower, that was on the end of Lethal, did play effective. The W list setup coming through with Sensei as well as Android. We talked about it, the firepower is there, and also the duelist having a couple of damage dealing utilities. I think one of the reasons that they could do a lot. And also, as you said, we were seeing a little bit of a better gameplay coming in from Lethal rather than from Fantom. Fantom were trying to adapt to what Lethal were doing. So as I did say, initially it's all about commanding. So I think if Fantom, rather than adapting to the playstyle, adapting to the gameplay and execution of Lethal, if they did something of their own, I think Fantom had a chance, because you saw how quickly they were adapting. It did become a little bit too late after a point, but still it does let us know that they do have a capability of doing and pulling off a victory.
It does. And now they kind of showed us what kind of a team they are, right?
Mhm.
They did show us what kind of potential they have, and
Exactly.
it's kind of making it's kind of clear now that they can, I mean, I wouldn't say take lethal down in in a dominant fashion, but they can actually make it work. Especially Saz. I mean, I thought maybe Breach was not really great on split. I mean, when compared to KO, but if you know how to play Breach, well, you can be good, and Sus proved it. He was
Yes.
just popping off with the flashes. I mean, yeah, a couple of misplays coming in, but at the end of the day, he did really good, and that Breach
Mhm.
actually stood out when compared to other initiators, the other two Skies on the
Yes.
other two squads, both the teams, to be honest. But here's the thing, Marshall. Still gotta. I think still gotta find that groove with the team. He's on a individual basis. Yes, he's doing really good, but I still think he has to find that groove with the rest of the teammates, right? So that is one thing that I would talk about on the side of Lethal Esports, but on the side of Fantom, the only thing that I think they need to improve to put up a better fight against Lethal in the next matchup is communication, because you
Yep.
can see the rotations were kind of weird coming in. They were completely caught off guard every single time. You saw Rafa sneaking in from behind. You saw Sensei completely just trashing everyone with the position that he was in. I don't think the communication was relayed. The information was relayed there. So I think that is what they need to improve moving on to the map of Ascent. Because
Mhm.
if they don't win this, they're going to be out of the tournament. But if they do, they have a chance. I would say a fighting chance on the map of Bayern.
Exactly. I mean, both those maps are theirs. Even the next map coming in is going to be there. The decider is also going to be in their name. But as you did say, right, we know in terms of capability, the Fantom can pull it off. But how Fantom were playing, they were doing some stunts. I would call it stunts, which in general we do not say in terms of playstyles. Even when you said Oikawa was kind of getting caught off guarded, we did see him also trying to catch players off
Enemy
guarded. And
remaining.
with the highlights, we'll again get a quick glimpse of what happened over here. And we are seeing it very close to the first half where we
This
thought
one.
this should be a 7-5. Here they made the mistake. They were checking every corner. Before this, they used a flash to just clear out stairs, and they immediately then thought and trusted that there should be nobody who should have pushed up to defend the spawn. And then you saw even Sus commenting his rolling thunder. I mean, it's the right move to do, but not before checking the corners. And that small mistake is the reason they did not get a 7-5. And if they did get it, we would have seen the scoreline being 7-7, and it did not work out. But later in the pistol round again, we saw them fighting really good, trying to take the numbers down. But their main thing was, I think, the action, or in terms of the playstyle that we were missing, Edge, is that whenever they were going for fights, they were good in terms of the solo frags. But as a team, there were not a lot of traits that we could see coming in from the side of Fantom. But if they did actually concentrate on that, we did see a very clean retake coming in from Fantom, where they got, I guess, the second or the third round, the executions coming through, and also the rolling thunder, the third point for them that came through. It was a clean execution coming in, and it was not just that they had weapons. They got that round with that one ultimate commitment and the weapon that they picked up from Sensei, where Sus got the kill, and that does tell us that the capability is there when they play together as a team.
And also that particular round where Sensei got a 4K on a bonus as well. That should not have happened in Rafa. Just sneaking behind Omen. I mean, at least once in a while you gotta check your back.
Enemy remaining.
Always check your six. That's what you need to do. And Mazul was kind of lucky there. The first shot being missed, unfortunately, and then the final round, man. It was kind of too easy. It was a trade coming in. Sensei did get one beautiful shot, but an instant trade from 21. But then after that, Mazil on side takes one instant trade. Sus made it look like it was possible, but Rafa had other plans for the day. He takes one, he spotted Breach, and you know what happens if Rafa spots you, right? Instant frag there.
Oh, I mean, we did think that it might, as we said in the initial start, right, it's not going to be a close one, because all these players who have been fighting in the round of 32, especially the best of one, they show their aggression there itself. They know what they're fighting for. This is not the battle that they just want to win. This battle they'll be winning, and they want to head over to the contender finals, where they become the actual contenders to the Kings and head over to the grand final. So that's where this aggression is coming power packed from any of the teams that we are seeing. But still, because this is the best of three, nothing to worry for Fantom over here. They still have a chance, and especially it's just a little bit of a tweaks here and there that they're managing to do. And I think they should be here and get their bag in terms of getting that money. and also the title very soon if they're able to adapt. Their adaptation is going to be very crucial and those slight corrections. But in terms of fragging potential, everybody was crazy. I mean, there were just rounds
True.
being pulled from Shokla. That was just brilliant. He was so precise, and especially I think if Shokla's flashes were used for going in for information and people, I mean, in terms of information, you get it through that flashes call, right? But you should have
Yeah.
gone in with your own eyes. You should have sent out a teammate. You would have seen how effective those flashes were, and then you could have gotten at least a couple of picks. And I think from the pistol round, if that did happen for Phantom, they could have done a lot more. But now with the map changing, we still can see a double initiator setup coming through. We might not even see a double initiator setup coming through. It depends. Ascent does play both the cards, but here is where Sova comes into play. Now that is going to be very crucial of who that Sova player is going to be, because Rafa, we know he plays Sova, he can do it. Even now that we see Shokla, if he comes up with that Sova, he loses that flash ability, right? Is it now? But if there's somebody else to help him out, that's going to be huge, so that their duelist can have an advantage and go in for those fights.
Well, I think, I mean, you're talking about map of Ascent. Yes, Soba is that's the hometown of
Exactly.
Sova. Ascent. I mean, it's too many lineups. It's just too good. You need to have a Sova, right? And I think Killjoy is also on the cards there.
Hmm.
But I mean, if you talk about having a second, initiator, I would actually go for KO once again
Yes.
here. I mean, yes, you might not get that Trailblazer, you might not get the Rolling Thunder, but you still have the flashes on KO
Hmm.
as well. Yes, it's not like Guiding Light. You won't get the information if there's someone. Having that null command and 0 point, it's going to help you a lot, along with the fragment, right? So we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. We have the scorecard here, and obviously it had to be Sensei. He was just popping off. But another thing that I want to point out, Shockler did really well on that Sky, although being an initiator.
Exactly.
325 average combat score with a KDA of 1.85, almost catching up to Sensei, who is sitting at 2.18, along with Android sitting on top with 2.
That's what I was saying. Shotla was very effective and an impactful player for the side of Phantom, but they should have kind of made use of his utilities a lot more. We were seeing very less impact with his utilities that they were trying to work with, rather than him just using the utilities. But on the other hand, Sensei, he made use of his utilities as Cloudburst. We were seeing him entry as well as his teammates helping out with flashes, and also the smokes coming through from Lucia. It did work out really, really well. And Mazel, as you said, he was there in the off angles and he was playing really well. And you can see again him having a KD of 1.15. And I keep telling, whenever we see the matches, your KD needs to be a little bit above 1, and that tells us that everybody from the team has played out. Now, whereas on Phantom, if you see, there are two players who are somewhere around zero point 0.7 and zero point 0.5, I guess, who were a little lesser than 1, which tells us that they were not having a good day here on first map of Split. So, yes, there is a chance of making a comeback, and especially that not being their map, now they can get activated. And I think if they do, we'll be seeing some insane plays coming through. I mean, again, Shadow Hunter, we saw him, right, with that operator. He was looking very precise. He took down
True.
Sensei once. The next time he took down Android as he was trying to jump down through the smoke. The timing was perfect. So there is a chance that Phantom have something new in their cards to pull it off, but it's not going to be easy for them, because Lethal right now are walking ahead on Ascent with confidence, and that momentum can actually yield them the victory as well.
That can be possible, but Lethal, on the other hand, they are gonna be, they're gonna be looking to close this off in a 2-0 format,
Exactly.
right? Phantom, though, they're gonna try their best. This is a do or die situation. One more map left. They gotta start thinking of this one as a BO1. It's basically a BO1 for them.
Yes,
They
exactly.
lose this, they're out. They win this, well, think of Bind as another BO1, because at that point it's a decider. Whoever wins moves on forward. Whoever loses, they go home. And at this point, no one wants to go home, right? It's at
No.
RO16. It's still not even, we're not even close to contender finals. So everyone's trying to come out on top. Let's see if Phantom can do it. It all comes down to the Asian competition once again. Because
Yes.
even the last time I did tell you that, Lethal looked like they have a better competition. And I mean, if you ask me, I think they did. But Phantom, especially Sus, I gotta say, yes, Shokla was the one that was the MVP for the school, for the team. But here's the thing. I still think Sus played really, really good breach there. And I think maybe a bit, I mean, the coordination, as you said, even with the Shokla's, guiding light, it wasn't there. And even with the Sus's flashes or the fault line, it wasn't there.
Hmm.
So maybe, first match, maybe a bit of pressure on them. Maybe maybe a bit of miscommunication. But now moving on to the second matchup, I'm expecting a bit more. I mean, okay, even if they don't come out on top, I'm expecting something better than 13-4. Maybe 8-9 rounds in their favor at least.
I think Phantom will be playing here better, Edge, because again, this is at least because now we saw one thing I do want to like talk about Phantom is the way they were, as I was said, right, adapting to how Lethal were playing here. That we did see, and especially whenever they adapted, they got a couple of rounds in their bag and they kind of felt better, but immediately Lethal understood that this is an adaptation that's been made, so we cannot repeat the same execution. We have to pull out something different, and that's what something I would say Phantom were not ready for. But this time, now that we have seen their capability of what they can do, it's all about them feeling comfortable. Whenever we saw Phantom were comfortable either in a position or in the site, they were able to get control of it and deny Lethal the round as well. So it's all about them, I would say, getting comfortable and being confident. And as you said, the communication, it needs to be clear, irrespective that they have fallen down, or if irrespective somebody, I would say, traveled across, maybe had a mid push towards market, or maybe pizza over there. If there is a chance, right? If they did get inside that position and maybe you did not spray, but still that call will be very crucial so that anybody at B side from switches, or maybe who's trying to rotate from A to B, can be kind of cautious. He can look out for it that somebody might not peek, somebody might not go in for a frag, and they can be, I would say, ready for the fight in case somebody is bringing in. But right now, because this is the map coming in from Phantom, they'll be playing on the attacking half. So the initial advantage is going to be here for Lethal, and especially after having a slight advantage on split as well. As we said, it's highly defense favored. Here, kind of it tends to become a little bit equal in case if you have the mid control. So mid control is going to be very crucial, Edge. So let's take a look at the agent selection and see how this mid control will be held, and the agents that we were discussing about coming in, and we can see immediately Sova is going to be there. The double initiator setup from both the sides.
Okay. Once again, before we even talk about the agent select, I mean, Lethal, well, they're going in with what I expected, right? A Sova and KO being the second duelist. With Sensei once again, second initiator, my bad. Sensei being the duelist, only duelist. On the side of Phantom, that is so weird. One, they went in with Breach, which is understandable, along with Jet, the flash and dash combo. Two, Shockla has switched from an initiator to a controller, and it's Astra. I mean, with Astra, you can go either completely, you can go completely ham, or it's going to go completely wrong. Especially after the nerf. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Especially after the nerf. So, Lucia opting out for the Omen is kind of understandable. The smokes are kind of faster. The paranoia is there now. The minor change that you can, maybe not blind your teammates now. But I'm still looking forward to see how Sas plays, because he was actually really good on, split as that breach. But I want to see how this, shift coming in from Shockla and Oikawa, they both basically, exchanged their roles there from initiator to controller. So I want to see how that comes into play. Well, 21, he's opted for the Jet this time. Let's see how that one works. But Shadowhunter, no doubt, is going to put up a show once again because he's back on his chamber.
As you said, I agree. It feels a little bit weird and different, and kind of, I feel not ready for this. True. I understand I'm seeing them for the first time, but again, if this is a pick and if they've bought it here because they know this is their do or die match, I think they're prepared for it. They have bought something new, and especially as we were talking, right? You need to do something unbelievable and unthinkable. I think Phantom are going in for that, especially with Shocklas as well as the change coming in on Oikawa. Let's just wait and watch for it. The initial aggression is going to be towards mid. The spike is also over there. Sus is trying to help out Oikawa with that spike, but still they're not pushing ahead from tiles because they understand that there should be somebody holding down A shot, and they will be worried about the tree's position, but immediately switching up to B. The Sova is going to be here, but also along with him to assist, it's going to be Android.
Oh, for pistol round, they gotta be careful now. Team Lethal, they gotta make sure that they get this one. But Fantom, on the other hand, he gets one. That is Shadowhunter.
Spike down B.
Okay, 8-1 down. Marshall with takes another one. Rafa is popping off right now on that KO.
One enemy
and
remaining.
Sensei takes one down. It all comes down to the Astra. Nothing gets done there. And Marshall will be the only one going down, only one going down to Shockla there. Lethal, they still get the foot.
The entry was good edge over there coming in from Fantom, and that did kind of, I thought, would be a good one in terms of even the spike plant and then the post plant, maybe positions coming through, and in case there is any retake coming through, kind of trying to defend it. But that fragment, that grenade coming in from Rafa, that kind of destroyed everything. I think everybody wanted to push up to second lane, which kind of denied that position, and after that everybody started falling apart. They had to kind of adapt, and that round just went away. And you can see right now taking and making use of the advantage of the anti-eco. First the Spectre right now with his Headhunter gets one, but immediately that Headhunter gets traded off. Android will be falling down, but it does not matter. The numbers are still going in the
Spike
favor
down
for
mid.
Lethal. They've taken one more down as they've pushed up A, and they've got them the spike control. Now the last two surviving players here at B lobby. What can they do as Sensei? He's pushing up. Why at A1? He's ready for it. Marshall gets one, and it's going to be Marshall versus Marshall. And it's going to be none of those Marshalls kind of doing the damage. It's only going to be Rafa who takes that player down and gets the second round online for Team Lethal. And now Fantom, they've lost 2 rounds back to back, but still this is just the initial start. They have a full buy to play with, but I think they did commit in terms of utilities, and even we did see even the Marshall coming out. So I think that's one of the reasons we can see 2 half shields and also a Bulldog coming in from Fantom. I mean, I don't want to see this. I mean, it looks like Fantom are right now again playing into the hands of Lethal. They need to try and make something work out. The lineup, this is going to be great coming in from Marshall. That was just perfect. It connects, does the damage, and now he's looking for doing a lot more. But on the other end, there's a lot more damage that Sensei has also received, and because this time they don't have a Sky, there's nothing that they can have a chance to heal him.
This is going to be a bonus coming in from Lethal once again. Fantom, they need this at all costs, because if not, then once again it's going to be similar to the last one. 21 panic dashes, I believe, but Rafa once again takes one down. Once again, Rafa is going to be the one, and now they're still thinking towards that position, but guess what? They already shifted positions, fam. It's going to be Sus taking one down. On the other side, Rafa takes a dig into the wall. Chocolate gets that frag onto Sensei, down to a 3 versus 4 with Rafa really low, but Fantom also have 2 players that are really low on health.
This is going to be very difficult, but they're still keeping the spike at A. They want to commit it here. Yes, they have the information that they can push it up, but they should be ready. They should be ready for the fight, and Chokla is. He gets one now. Android, he takes an immediate
30 seconds
TP,
left.
goes back to the B side and leaves Marshall all alone. And now they commit and brute force their way into A side. It should be an easy A side and a plan coming through, but Marshall, he takes the player who has better health. That's going to be Sus going down. He goes in for the second, does get it, but before that, third one, he gets denied. And right now, the spike is back. Have they picked up? Yes, finally they picked up the spike. The door gets closed, and with just 9 seconds on the clock, they go in for the spike plant.
Pulling them in.
A 1 versus 2 situation.
Nice.
Yeah, before I could even say that, maybe Android has a chance. Chocolate denies it, and that's going to be the first one on the board for the side of Fantom. But that was a really costly round, a really good round for the side of Lethal, if you ask me, considering the fact that it was indeed a bonus from their side, right? And now Sensei, he picks up the operator. Well, let's see how he plays with it. Did we see an operator pick on the map of Split?
Yes, it did come through. It did come through from
think it was a lot
Sensei
of
as
those
well.
times.
Not a lot, but it did come through from Shadowhunter as well. But now
Yeah, a couple of times it was a screen and Heaven, I believe.
it's going to be very crucial because this is the send. The operator, where is going to be stationed at B, and it is the right spot to get those frags. There is going to be 3 players here. If he gets that connection, he will be really good for it because he gets that number going in for the team. But look at him, he's not going back. He's committing for B main. He gets one. He's going in for the second one. The second one gets missed. He gets a little bit in terms of damage. He's going to be going back and regrouping with his teammates, but he's left Android. Android has a rendezvous to play with, and he is very confident about it. But right now, repositioning himself with the operator at mid, Sensei is looking forward to Sus. If his Sus goes in for a peek, I think he's going to be going down. But Sensei, he moves out the timing. Will they be fighting each other? Yes, they see, but both of them miss. What is happening?
Finally, that one. I actually thought he might take him down, but yeah, but okay. With the wall bang there, that's so unfortunate. The operator now being dropped. Rafa has spotted 3. Suppressed 3. On the other hand, Chambers low as well. This is doable now. It's pretty much doable for the Esports sides, and Rafa Pop flashes, takes one down, but
30
look at
seconds
Android's
left.
position.
There
He
they are.
spotted multiple players, and they're all going B. Both in market and Android. I think he has given away his position. They're kind of expecting him to peak. 3, 2, 1. He comes out of the
Oh.
open, but Android. The flick is there. The flick is there. Yeah.
Okay.
It's done. Android, man.
I mean,
That was clean.
as if Riot did not give enough sound effects over there. You're giving it for that finisher, but yes, I gave him. That was just brilliant play coming in from Android, and it was must that we see this replay. And look at this. That position was not something that we thought about, and his crosshair was not even placed for that fight. He was moving in, checking for a switch, but as soon as you saw that, and as you said, that flick was just brilliant. Connects the headshot, but this is the second time. I think Sus, he needs to start finding those frags. First, he could have taken down Sensei. This time, he could have taken down Android. Misses both of them, and their entire team gets punished. But this time, Sensei is not going to be missing his first. Okay, wait.
Spike down
I was about
mid.
to say not missing his second. I thought that he would take it, but Oikawa puts him down, and he's only be going and being good for one.
That was a dink, right? So that was a quick dink coming into play, and Marcel, did he spot? I think he did spot him. Yep, he did spot him, and he will take him down instantly.
The spike.
But here's the thing. The way that,
One enemy
you
remaining.
can tell. Another. Once again, two. Once again. I think it was Breach and Sova last time. This time it's Breach and Chamber. But you can see the way that Android is moving on the map. It's experience coming into play.
He's looking
Right?
really good. Prep
He is.
for it. And especially, I think it's also because that duelist to a pseudo duelist switch up. Now, Chamber gives you the confidence that you can pick fights and even run away from it. Whereas when you play a race, you certain times have to commit. That blast packs do help, maybe in terms of going in for a jump and moving into a different position, but that's not
You want
enough.
to play? Let's play.
And on the other hand, Chamber, he gives you a complete activation. But look at the shock touch being effective all the time from Marcel. He's reading that position so well at tiles and sending those shock darts, and the damage it's being done, it does not matter whether it's a pick, but it's already the damage, meaning that one of the players will be low, maybe even certain times multiple players, and then when they go in for the fights, it'll be difficult for them.
Clearing out.
Oh, after shock, but he escapes it. He shouted steps out.
Advantage of
Usha.
phenomenon.
I think he took a bit of damage there.
Covering.
But
He
there
did.
it is, the Nebula being used in Shockla once again, just making sure that he's not back. Flash, but
That's a
what?
concealment.
You saw that? That's what we were talking about. That coordination. The flash was out, but Shockla was in astral form. Unfortunate, like completely unfortunate, and Sensei's position is
Blocking
really
sight.
good. But I think Chamber's kind of predicting this, right? He's kind of know that he might be there. Rafa will use the knife to give away. Wait, we didn't see anyone being suppressed, so...
It was, there were two players
30
suppressed there.
seconds
They were
left.
Oh,
Spike
okay.
down mid.
So two of them were suppressed. But Shadow, okay, takes on Sensei. So the upgrade is down now.
You are
The
divided.
thought and the execution could have been good, but the ultimate coming in Rafa was just brilliant. And look at it again. Sus misses his shot. Year 21, he kind of trades it, and Shockla with the ultimate gives the opening,
10
gets the
seconds
side for the
left.
team, brings it to a 2v2 situation. But Marcel commits his
Last
ultimate
player
and gets Year 21 out. Now it's all up to Shockla, and his health is not that good. If he jumps up and gets into Raptors, it's going to be an easy one coming in. But he gets one on Android. Now it's going to be all to Marcel. It should have been a headshot. Shockla misses that opportunity. His crosshair was good, but I think he was not ready for the fight and kind of freaks out over there, because of which he goes in for a spray. Because if you saw Marcel's reaction, he was not ready for the fight. Marcel did not even think that Shockla could have pushed up to Raptors. So there was a slight second that Shockla, if he kind of recomposed himself and then picked up the fight, the round could have been for Fantom.
Would have gone, and yep, that was a really good round coming in from Shockla though at the end. And I mean, right now if you take a look at the scorecard, Sus is sitting on 1-6. I mean, he needs to step up.
Yeah.
He needs to step
This
up,
map
not
is not
just
working.
and that too. And by the step up, I don't mean getting the frags. I also mean the coordination.
Get out of my way.
We saw what happened. That keeps happening. It's going to be really hard, and 21 takes on Android just like that. The ultimate is down. Shadow Hunter takes on Marzo. Oh boy, year 21. Forget about year 21. The nerve. on Sensei to sit in that
Spike
position.
planted.
If he gets tagged, he will get spammed. He's gotta be careful. I think he is being spotted there. Rafa
spammed as
and
well.
Sensei.
Right now, a 3v2 situation. This round should work. They do have the numbers going in, but the early commitment of that ultimate, I mean, it did not find anything, but does not matter. The other players were there. The numbers were up for Fantom, and they did get that round. But I think it was a little bit too early of a commitment coming through of that Hunter's Fury from Oikawa. Maybe a misclick, and he was just playing along with it. But as you said, Sus needs to kind of get better, and this round looked a little bit better, especially with that fault line. You saw the fault line, it hit Marzel first, so Marzel needed to back off, and he could not get back into side. By the time he wanted to get back, there were smokes immediately deployed, which kind of ruined the momentum that Lethal Esports, or the, I would say, hold that Lethal Esports had at B side. And B side were completely open for the taking, and they were really happy about it. Yes, it started off with the Bladestorm coming in from year 21, but that's, I would say, that could have been countered. But then year 21 makes a mistake of his own, pushes his own smoke. I mean, I understand your blades are giving you that confidence, right? Certain times we know, right, when power comes to you, it kind of even creeps into your nerves and kind of gets you in the wrong thought that you can be completely deadly and or completely destroy your opponents. But the reasons that Fantom won was the numbers. So okay, year 21, that will be one forgiven.
One chance. You know, I mean, he got one. I mean, there was another one coming in as well from, I think, Shadowhunter got the second one. And after that, he thought maybe he'll take control of the market as well. But Sensei, man, close range operator. That's always fun to watch. It's kind of hard to hit, but it's always fun to watch. We have an AMD technical pause coming in. You know, does give enough time. I'm not really sure if I think Lethal, they do have a coach, and I think they're allowed to talk during the technical pause. I'm not quite sure, but I'm not really sure if Phantom, they have a coach. And I mean, to be honest, Lethal and Phantom, they don't need coaches at this point to talk to them, because they both know what they're doing exactly. And Phantom, they need to just figure out the miscommunication part, right?
Yes.
The coordination, it was there, because last time we did see at the later half of the match, the coordination was there. But right now, at the start, it isn't there, and right now it's going to be a match resume and a B hit. Looks like it, a beautiful flash, and this time the flash and dash is there. And Android, his aim is on point, the crosshair positioning is there, but he will take him down as well. Year 21, how did you lose that? But look at the smoke. Terrible smoke there. Terrible smoke there coming in from Omen. Panic?
It was just a smoke that they wanted in a jiffy. I think that's one of the reasons. He just put it down and they had to be okay with it. But now, Edge, it's that they're still losing ground. Shokla reads right as Sensei's push comes through, but still there's two more players who are holding mid. So Shokla, he should not be confident and again push down mid and trying to get that control. Right now it's Android that they have to fight with. He's the only player here, and if he gets Android out, it's going to be a good round for them. But Android immediately backs off, gets and hides behind side Rafa. His position is not that I would say exact agent, but still they know that there's a player at market who's going to be kind of making life difficult. But right now they've even come close to the side, but the spike is not planted. 30 seconds on the clock, but Android, the timing, he was at the backside, he waits for the opportunity, then immediately goes in for a peek and gets that. I'm pretty sure that's just a one tap.
One enemy remaining.
And now Muzzle
Spike
takes
down
on
B.
Oikawa. We need a replay of that for sure. And now Shokla is the only one surviving right now towards that B main position.
10 seconds
he hits
left.
the rendezvous, but there's nothing he can do. I think he's going to be completed across there. Even if he doesn't, Android will make sure the cross is on his head. Another triple kill for him. 6-2 Lethal. Looks like they want to end it 2-0, and they want to come back tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, whenever the match is for them. And, you know, come out strong again.
Now look at this. This is not that we are saying everybody from Lethal is functioning. It's just that they are better in terms of their communication and covering each other in whichever position that they're moving. You saw there was a push coming in from Sensei at tiles. He did fall apart, but there could have been then Luciaf trying to follow it up. But he says, me and Rafa are here. We have a crossfire. Let's just hold that. we had 2 players against 1 if they go in for a push, and that's better rather than a 1v1 which can go anywhere. It's always a 50-50% chance. Right now, a brilliant shot card. This time it misses here 21, so it'll be better right now. But a Marshall against Operator. Let's see which works.
Here.
Both of them trying to send shots across the blind through the smoke. Nothing works, but Android, he's always precise with the wall bang. Gets another one. Android is unstoppable at this moment, and the other players are helping him out. It's the last surviving player that's going to be Oikawa, and he should be taken down, but Oikawa is better here. But there are flashes that are player pushing up, and I think this is done for Oikawa as Sensei gets the second on board and takes him down as well. And that's going to be the 7th one. It was a quick one that came in from Lethal, but it was Android who stole that round for his team.
The positioning, the timing, and the wall banks on point, and the aim obviously coming in from PT Android. He's popping off right now, 11-6 on Chamber. And I mean, Team Fantom, yes, they're on the attacking half once again. I mean, I wouldn't say unfavored, but as everyone favors the defensive half, Lethal is doing a really good job on that one. It's a weird buy coming in. I see a hero vandal being picked, and everyone else just sheriffs and pistols.
I mean, that's what, right now, they're not thinking together as a team, it feels like. They're just going in for those hero plays, but right now, the hold was good. They read it right, and they waited for the opportunity. But look at this, Lucia is still pushing up. They should still find another one. Year 21 gets one, and it looks like this should be a 50 round that they may be able to pull off. They've gotten a Vandal, they've gotten an Operator, and the Operator is holding Shadow. He might find one. Yes, he takes down Mazen and Rafa. What? Wait, year 21?
No charges.
The entrance was on the other side. Why did he jump towards the wall?
The weapon. I think he wanted to.
He had the Vandal in his hand.
No, there was another one, right? There were two. I think he
Skin.
wanted to retrieve it for the team. Or
Is it
something
for the
like that.
skin? Don't tell me, Edge.
Please, not at this level. No, I don't think so. In a pug match,
Who
I would
knows?
understand if that happens, but
I mean, there are some shiny skins, right?
oh, okay? You said shiny. I heard something else. I was like, okay. Well, that's a really good round. 15 was out of Fantom. Although they did have one Vandal being picked, in play there, I believe. 7-3 once again. This time, can we have a 7-5? Because I don't think 8-4 is the way to go. 7-5 gives a fighting chance for Fantom.
7-5. I mean, as I said, there is a fighting chance. We are kind of trying to see if Fantom can get back in the groove, because look at that. This round should not have been theirs. It was an eco round over there. They were just playing with their normal pistols. Sheriffs coming through, and we thought it shouldn't have worked. Right now, there's going to be a trade coming through for Sensei's first frag, and he's going to be falling down. So it's back to a 4v4 situation. They're still doable, but right now, I think it's going to be a bad move if they want to execute towards the A side, because look at the setup at A side. There are going to be 3 players here, and there is an ultimate at B, which is going to be the chamber. So the 2v4s at B side, deadly weaponry of its own, and if that finds a frag, you know what's going to be happening. It's going to be slowing that entire space, which makes even more difficult to get that immediate trade on that chamber. So there's 2 difficult spots that they have to be worried about, and right now the ultimate being committed, along with that another ultimate of the Astra, that's going to be the Cosmic Divide, and they're trying to enter the side. Mazel spams right, but Rafa, he jumps in. He is right now using his own ultimate, and right now gets players out along with Lucia. But look at that, Oikawa, he's just better, but Mazel gets the call that man, he's at the wooden board, and immediately takes him down. But Android is here. The spike is right in his, I would say,
30
screen.
seconds left.
So he's not worried about that. It's all up to Shokla. There can be a
One
revive
enemy
over here,
remaining.
but it was just a little bit too late, and Oikawa will get that flag for himself. But missed, and Android misses his shot. Both of them right now in a position that they should be worried about, but eventually Android, the initial fight that he was not ready for, then he immediately realized that he needs to be ready for
Last
any
round
fight that comes
before the
across his
switch.
screen. But what was that? He went in for retrieving the spike. He was inside his
Pressure.
smoke. Why did he walk and try to walk back?
No. It was not a smoke committed. It was
Yeah.
the
It was
the
retrieving
pullback.
the smoke, so it was the
I think he wanted to make it quick, but then he it's just the pressure getting to him.
Yeah, I
right now.
think by mistake he pressed shift over there.
You want to play?
Yeah,
Let's
unfortunate.
play.
But then, I mean, when Android missed a couple of shots, I actually thought that it was over because he was out in the open. But then he recovered very well, to be honest. But right now, last in the first half, looks like Team Fantom they should be able to make it work because they do have the Total Force, they do have the Blade Storm, and also Undisputed available. So maybe, but that what is this?
Okay.
I mean, okay, beautiful flow on the Sensei, but
What?
what is
What?
completely?
Spike down mid.
How does he get two?
Spikes here.
How would you miss that? Forget how does he get to. How would you miss that? And that was a confined space. It was not like Rafa could completely go in zigzag movements. It was just a
Pressure.
small space. And they
Pressure,
thought it was
pressure,
an easy pick. They're walking in right now to B, but look at that. Mazil is already pushed up. He's already at B lobby. He's at B main right now. 2 free frags. He needs to time it perfectly, and he's going to not go miss that shots. And he's going to be getting 2 for himself, and that's another round. 9-3 is going to be the score right now. I mean,
Switching
is
sides.
there a curse is what we are going to be looking forward to, but right now it looks done. Irrespective that this is Fantom's map, Lethal are like a train here, Edge. There's nobody stopping them.
If there's a curse, it's on Sus right now. Because I think, yeah, this is going to be the replay for sure. Boom, boom. He gets 2 just like that in one single spray. That was just beautiful coming in from Rafa. But once again, you saw the flash, right?
Yeah.
The flash was there, but then the Nebula completely blocked off the flash. So the flash was basically useless. I mean, yeah, Sensei did miss the shot and the dash was kind of weird. It was kind of, misplaced, which was the reason he got killed. But the flash with his smoke timing, once again, bad coordination.
I don't know what to talk about this. This should have at least been an 8-4 coming in from Fantom. The opportunity was there. Again, Marcel with his lineups, he's
Marcel
just
with the
playing
lineups,
brilliant.
man.
It's working, Edge. It's able to give their team the space that they need to enter sites now. Mid execution, it's already been done. It's going to be very difficult. But Shokla, he finds
Spike
it great, but
down,
does not
mid.
matter. Everybody's already pushed up through mid. There are switches, and right now Lucia finds one, and now that's the site taken. But the spike, it's dropped. They have to recover the spike at market, and they all have to commit for that because they know there can be a situation where the opponent can look forward for trades. But Shokla, I think he did not hear the spike being dropped. If Shokla, along with his teammate Shadowhunter, if they would have held that position, they could have denied the spike. But I think something went wrong over there, and the spike gets recovered. The spike is planted, and it's a 3v2.
Attribute to retake on a pistol round, and I don't. Okay. This is I was about to say that I think Sensei should have been able to get one. It's down to a 2 vs 2. Sova and Chamber.
player
Oh, no.
On the side, actually low, but Okaba gets him. And now Martel, with great response of shouldn't be able to do this. And there you go. Sova dips coming in from Oikawa and Team Fantom. Well, 1 round at a time is what they have to focus on right now. 1 round at a time, and I'm not gonna jinx it. I have something in my mind. I want to say it, but I'm gonna hold myself right now to not say it.
Hold your
Hold it
horses,
back.
Edge.
I need to. And Fantom, they need to let their horses go ham right now. They need to, be quick. The only way right now to, beat Lethal Esports is to go ahead with the flanks. Make sure that the rotations are quick coming in, because look at the initiator coming in, right? Lethal, they have 2 information gathering initiators.
Yeah.
Breach, on the other hand, yeah, he's also an initiator, but he's not someone who gets the information. And Chamber, bro, instantly rendezvous out. Team Fantom got careful here. Shadowhunter, almost, man.
Sensei is ready over there. He's waiting for the opportunity, but connect. But the next one, Shadowhunter barely survives. 2 is what he's got. But again, he does get a player down, and that's going to be the first frag. Something to be okay about. But look at this, the way Android is confidently thinking about pushing up, and finally starts retrieving and trying to gather along with his teammates. Shokla finds one, and that's going to be Mazel down. They're pushing up, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be an easy round coming in. All they have to think about is not
Last
dropping
player
any
standing.
rifles, but look at this positioning coming in. Lucia was just walking in, and Sus is like, look at me, I'm here.
Exactly. That is beautiful description.
Yeah.
That was exactly what it was. He was kind of focused on Shadowhunter, But Sassis was like, oh, you know what? I'm here as well, guys. Look, look, look. And then boom. Easy. Lucia, unfortunately, looks like he's having a tough time here, but he's doing his job. Right? Smokes. Smokes are a bit off, to be honest, because we did see a couple of weird smokes there. But apart from that, he's doing a good job, supporting his team. He just doesn't really need to have to do a lot, because Marcel and Rafa, they're popping off huge on those initiators.
Yep, they are. But right now, look at this. The rounds are coming back for Fantom. That's what we have to pay attention. 4 more rounds, they can equalize it, and the possibility is there. But look at the fake being done from Sensei as well as Marcel at A. They're kind of keeping a couple of players at A side, at B, to make sure that nobody goes in for a quick rotate, as there can be a fast execution of a spike. But if they make the wrong move and the spike gets dropped, and I'm pretty sure if it does, Fantom are going to be trying and surrounding it, and it's going to be making life difficult. So as you said, this breach play coming through is highly impactful, and they're making it work, especially in the defense. Attack, we didn't see very little of it, and especially later in, I would say, the 10th, 11th, 12th round, that's where we saw a lot more breach being very active for the team. But right now in the defense, it's going on from round 1, and yes, they did lose, I would say, come close to losing the first pistol round itself, but after that they've kind of regrouped Edge, and they're making this defense work.
They need to make it work. It's a do or die situation. Lethal only need 4 rounds, and they're gonna be moving
30 seconds left.
Picking out Fantom, and right now it's a B push coming in, a full on B push. Oh, Kama has to be careful. He needs this one, he doesn't get it. But Shockla is there with the trade actually a 1-3 trade, and which means Fantom, they're gonna be going in with 2 players for the retake. A 4 versus 2 with 45 seconds on the clock. I don't think you should have said that, Sam. I don't think you should have said 44 round difference, because right now it's gonna be 5.
Yeah, my bad over there. But
I'm
again,
going to hold my horses.
But again, Edge, look at this. I mean, I understand that there were 3 players here at B, so they thought, let's just try and hold it off. But it was a 5-man push coming through. So I think they should have been worried about that. They should have thought that through before trying to hold off B side. And we have talked about it numerous times, right? When the attackers are feeling really good, and if they jump in like bulls over there, you need to kind of try and move away. If you try and go ahead to lock your horns, the bull is going to be better over there. It's going to be toppling you down. I think that's what happened here, where Lethal completely brute forced their way in. But on the other hand, they were looking for information. They were right about it. And you saw 2 players, they were dwindling around defender spawn, thinking that whether should we commit for B, whether should we hold off at A. Whereas his teammate, Year 21, they gave him the idea that there's nobody at A lobby. But right now, this time again, it looks to be a B commitment coming through. A couple of noises being made. Mid, nothing to be done at mid. There's nobody coming through, but look at Sensei. He's looking forward to creeping towards 3. The only player there is going to be the chamber, Shadow Hunter. Let's see if Shadow Hunter can hold it off. He has a couple of utilities that have been dropped down here and there, but the majority of the players, they're still holding down B lobby. There's going to be an all-round looking for information. Shockla gives his information, but not his teammates.
Oh, Year 21, he took his sweet time. For a second, I thought maybe he might miss that one. And with that, again.
Oh no!
Did he? I think he saw him, right?
He saw the
spotted
nozzle.
him. He saw him. Yeah, so the information should be relayed. And if it's not, we get fortunate an android. He gets his counterpart. Shadow Hunter's down and down to a 4 versus 4. Not a lot of damage being dealt as well on the android. So make it Year 21! You nasty little guy. He takes him down to the wall, and Sus predicting this. He's predicting. Beautiful prediction coming in, and Mazu goes down to a 2 versus 2, and both of them are under. No shock darts being pushed right now.
What?
Not available. Stick it. 3, 2, 1, he peeks. He takes him down. He should be able to understand. 3, 2, 1, Rafa, he peeks and he takes him down. Sus!
What was this round? They had the advantage, Edge.
4 versus 2 from Underhill.
They jumped. The timing was perfect, but all of them missed the shots. The operator missed the shot. The spray from the Fantom missed. The Vandal missed. I mean, what else can we even talk about? A 2v3 under hell, and they lost it when they covered angles, when they held at angles. 2 players were watching the left, 1 player was watching the right. I understand if the player who was watching the right edge of the hell. Went down, it's going to be 1v1 situation. But 2 players missing on Rafa.
I mean,
It happened the second time.
True, that is true. And Android once again opening things up, gets the frag on to get 21 and Sensei. Wait, what happened? He's still alive. How is he alive? I mean, he did go down though, Shadow Hunter, but okay. Lots of chaos here.
One enemy remaining.
Lots of confusion there as well. And once again, miscommunication. Team Fantom. Now there's only one question in my mind. How long have they been playing together? Because it looks like they need to work on their synergy a lot, and the communication looks a bit off. So I'm just guessing Team Fantom, kind of a new team, maybe not as old as they would like.
See, I feel like right now what kind of is going south for Fantom is mainly that they're committing to defending the site. There's no backup plan from them. I mean, you saw Shadow Hunter. He's a chamber, for God's sake. He has a rendezvous to play with. He can immediately go and use that in case there's a very aggressive push coming through and save himself. But what does he do? He commits himself at hell and then comes in randomly, like knocking a door to say hello. That's all he does. I think this is going to be done. Match point here. Not only match, but series point coming in for Lethal. They do have 3 ultimates. Same goes for Fantom, but the blades have already been activated. Shadow Hunter this time uses his rendezvous. Takes that pick, takes down Sensei, immediately TPs back. But there's a fragment coming through. Marcel reads Shocklock's position brilliantly. And look at the damage being done on Shadow. He walks right into the fragment at Priest. I mean, right now he just needs to hold edge. If he is going to be playing in the smoke, it's going to be difficult because Lucia is reading it and he's playing in for this late move.
Oh, it's just it's pretty much over. Now the Rolling Thunder is available on the side of Fantom. We do have the Blade Storm as well, but there's a lot of ultimates on Lethal Esports as well. We do have the Show the Force, the Hunter's Fury, and the Coming Out of Shadows, and the Rendezvous is out. Sus is ready for the Rolling Thunder, but Lucia is ready for Sus, and it's a 2v4, and make it a 3v4, 3v2, make it a 1v2 right now. For those Nava is the only one surviving. Mid-air, Lucia will pop his head off, and that's gonna be 13-5. Lethal Esports taking away the victory here once again at 2-0. There was absolutely nothing that the side of Team Fantom could do there.
I agree with you, Edge. There was nothing. We were seeing they were trying to adapt, but I think it's that they're going in for early commitments, Edge. I think that's one thing that they should think about a little beforehand before they come in and try to execute in the site or trying to go in for a retake. But unfortunate for them, it did happen. I mean, it is just that Lethal were prepared, Lethal were ready, and I think when that hellhold worked for over there, a 2v4, 2v3 situation, 2v3 because 3 players immediately contested the 2 players at hell. When that worked, and also before that, Rafa, when he got flashed and he got 2 picks, these kind of plays should not be allowed for Lethal, but it did work out. They didn't make it happen, and it was just because they kind of were able to recompose themselves irrespective in whichever situation they were in, whether they were getting spammed from the opponent, whether their position was already, I would say, known with the recon, whether it might be anything else, whether they saw the pixels, does not matter. They were able to recompose themselves, calm themselves down, and then immediately pick the fight. I think that's where Lethal were better, whereas on the other end, if you look at Fantom, they never looked like they were calm. They just were ready for the fights, and whenever they were like holding angles rightly, they were able to pick the fights. But when they were thinking that, okay, this is not a position that somebody should come in, and they were just running out with the gun, they was easily taken down. There was nothing working out. And again, Shocklock proving so good here, previously as the initiator, this time as a controller, but it is not enough because this time, especially just being a controller, it's not going to even going to be giving you rounds. And that's what happened. We saw him twice. He was close to clutching the round, but it was just not enough, and he lost both the rounds just because he was the controller.
That is true, but this time they did better than last time. Who won 2 rounds?
Yeah,
difference, but it still feels like, I mean, 13-5 is still not a great score. They did have I mean, as I already told you this one, but at Lethal, they just had that KO being picked up. The suppress is just a bit too much to play against at least.
I agree.
And Sas, once again, he was doing good at the later stages of the game, but I think the coordination was just not there once again with the Nebulas there. You can see that Astra struggling a bit there, right? Chocolate, yes, the Cosmic Divide was on point. It was beautiful to watch. The pulls were there, the stuns were there, but the smoking and I think the stars, just not too good. I think he did much better job on the Sky with the the map was split with the guiding light, with the Trailblazer, with the Seekers as well. But I think he should have stuck to the initiator role. But I mean, Oikawa, he did really good on the Sova as well. But Marshall with the lineups, absolutely connected nothing, to be honest. I don't think he connected even one of those lineups.
I mean, he was doing the damage, but never got the kill on top of it. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen him connect. I mean, okay, maybe I missed a couple, but to be honest, I didn't see him connect one. But the lineups were absolutely beautiful to watch. But Android, he was the one that stole the show for me.
He was just better in this map. Whatever happened there, he gained confidence in split and then just completely started popping off. But Shokla, look at him. I mean, I feel a little bit sad and disheartened. Even though Shokla was going so good and ham on their opponents, it was just not enough. A single round does not give you the victory. But look at this Android, as you said, he was so crispy. Irrespective of which position they were in, he was immediately able to recompose himself in terms of where his crosshair was and connect those shots. We saw him even at mid, through a wall bang, a crazy headshot he connects and takes a player down. This is the one I was speaking about, and the way, look at him, he's adapting his crosshair on the go. It's not like he's going and hiding himself and then immediately going for a peek and then fighting it out. He's on the go while the fight is going on. Through a little bit of a jiggle and movement over there, he's connecting the shots coming through, and Marcel played brilliantly here. Utilization of that ultimate as well, but this is the moment that we thought that Shokla could have actually clutched it out, because look at that, Marcel, he was not ready for the fight, but then he goes in for a crouch and then when he starts firing it up, but it was not enough. But then whenever Fantom had numbers going in for them, they did win it. But the positions, again, Android, look at him, he immediately got a pick and immediately used that rendezvous and went away, and there was nothing that they could do. I don't know what you would want to say right about it, but there was nothing better that we could have seen. And this is one wall bang. It did happen over there, but we just missed that glimpse of it. But look at this, brute forcing their way towards the attackers was just brilliant. But converting this round, it was unbelievable, Edge, with
just take
Sheriff's pistols.
They're taking the even on the defensive half, they were taking the fight to the attackers. Right, they were not scared, and you can see. I think the major difference between Android's, Android chamber and Shadowhunter's chamber is that Android, after every kill or every just giving away his position, he rendezvous out. While Shadow, it looked like he wanted to just stay in one place. Right,
yep.
He was kind of, looking kind of static, while BT Android, he was looking a bit more dynamic. But really good shot there, and also rounded without the right time there. Apart from that, nothing really in the favor. But here, what happened here? This round, it should have gone in the favor of Fantom, because here's 21. He got one. He got another spam as well. There you go, Rafa casually getting those, and then Sus. He should have expected this. He should have expected, because they will be able to hear that half defuse, and he will peek you. Rafa will 100% peek you, and instantly he stuck for that. He stuck for the defuse, and what happens after that. But okay, both chambers are gonna be the MVPs. BT Android with 270 average combat score. The last one, was it 300 plus?
No.
The last one was 300 plus.
Yeah,
was it?
Think so. But irrespective, Edge, right now, here teams have kind of tried their best. We saw Fantom trying to do something brilliant, but look at their KD again. It's not working out. And even the top fragger, the MVP that we are seeing, it's not, I would say, leaning towards 2 KD. It's close to 1 itself. It's just 1.14. But on the other end, you can see here that the average combat score as well as the kills is better on Android, and he was looking good. And whenever we saw Android versus Shadowhunter, it was mostly Android coming on top. And even you saw the generator position where Year 21, I'm pretty sure the call was relayed. Shadowhunter was ready for the fight, but Android also knew that there should be somebody hiding right behind the generator and he was ready for the peak. But Rafa, he was just damn crazy here. You can see his KD answering for that 3.2 edge. That tells you that Rafa was just going ham, and he was caught in so many off-guard situations that we thought that Rafa, this is done for. He should not be alive. But voila, he pulls off something brilliant, and in his name itself, it's Rafa la la la, and he taped them for a spin.
He did take him for a spin. MVP, although it is Android, I still think Rafa was the one. That was actually going ham on that KO. I mean, you
Exactly.
could see him in action every single time, and the KDS speaks for itself.
That's
I mean,
what I
Marcel also has a really good one, 2.22, 2.13 on Lucia. Okay. Okay, it looks like he had a lot more kills at the end of the game there, but Rafa on KO 3.22, absolutely beautiful. And it's not like him getting those, exit or the eco frags, right? It was him taking the fight to them with the null point. He just goes in and he doesn't give a damn. He will, fight you right to your face, and some beautiful power flashes coming into play as well. Lethal Esports, well, they deserved this victory. Tough fight. I mean, the real tough fight for Fantom, but they did try to put up a better fight compared to their first matchup on the map of Split. But Lethal Esports, a bit too much for them. I mean, at least in this particular matchup, maybe in the future we'll see a better performance coming in from Fantom.
I agree with you. This we cannot call it like one-sided domination. Yes, the score tells you, kind of inclines you to thinking that, but it was not that way because you saw Fantom
lot of
trying to
1v1s
getting
at the end.
exactly very close in terms of pulling off the round in their favor. But it was just that in that last fights or last rounds, they were unable to, I would say, hold their composure, calm themselves down, and that's where they kind of lost that footing. Otherwise, Phantom, they could have come close to even 13-10. There were a couple of rounds where they just did make random mistakes, and especially even in the pistol runs that we saw, the attacking half, their first starters, that's where they made a couple of mistakes. They started just randomly rushing into side without kind of having the idea of where the players can be from. And what did Lethal Esports do? Rather than pushing through smokes and giving away their position, they fought through the smokes, did do the damage, and when they had to actually pick up the fight, either in a post plant or no post plant, they were ready and better in terms of the health as well, because they had done the damage as they were entering. So I think this is something that Phantom will think about, because as we said, right, this is season 3. There's a lot more seasons coming in. The contenders are going to be getting tougher and tougher, and they know what is at stakes. It's going to be the title. And now you see both the sides, Edge. The King of the Hill that Global Esports have as title, because they are back-to-back champions. That is huge. Now, if you take down those champions who have been for consecutively 2 seasons as King of the Hill, that's going to be a bigger title and a heftier one. That's going to be giving you an, I would say, edge over all the other teams, and kind of also the flex, right? That they can say that we've taken down the champions who were 2 times the King of the Hill. So that tells us that that is the aggression. That is, I would say, the kind of power and the heat being packed from all these teams as they're playing in every match, and that's what Lethal want to do. The contenders, as I said, they're getting better and tougher, but this does bring us to the end of the first match of this BO3, where Lethal and Phantom, such a great matchup, but it does happen, right? Teams need to get eliminated, and it was just not Phantom's day today.
It was just not Phantom's Day indeed. And now we have another one lined up for you guys. It's going to be Team Valor taking up Team Punish, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
It's going to be another one. Another beautiful matchup. I mean, we did see what Split and Ascent. Bind was there as well. Unfortunately, not played. We did get 3 maps. Let's see if we get 3 different maps once again. I mean, we got to wait for it, right? But Sam, moving on to the second matchup, what are you expecting?
I think in the second matchup, I'm hoping that we go all the 3 maps, because again, a best of 3, who doesn't want that? But right now it's time to take a small break. I'm pretty sure viewers also right now are going to be getting ready to see what that next match holds. But we'll be coming back and meeting you in the next match, and so take a small break, get re-energized, grab yourself a Red Bull maybe in the meantime.
One enemy remaining. Satchel out. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. remaining. Buried. Hawk out. Blinded. Finish. Party player standing. One enemy remaining. Fire in the hole! Sleep time! Fire in the hole! Sleep time! Seek them. One enemy. Bomb buddy out. One enemy remaining.
Next.
Hawk out! Blinded. One dead. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. 30 seconds. 30 seconds left.
Not safe.
One enemy remaining. Hawk out! Blinded. Party's over. Party's over. Let's go! Last player standing.
Dead. Dead.
Killed their omen. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down A.
That
Down A.
one's dead.
Last player. One enemy remaining. Finish. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Just swap. Spike down A. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Pulling them in. Night, night. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Which way?
One enemy remaining.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy. Enemy remaining. Team Ace. One enemy remaining.
Grounded.
Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nailed them. Wait for me.
One enemy remaining.
Hook out. Blinded. Finish.
Party player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Sleep time.
One.
Bomb buddy out.
One enemy remaining.
Next.
Hook out. Blinded. One dead.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. 30 seconds. 30 seconds left.
Nothing.
One enemy remaining.
Hook out. Blinded. Party hole. Party hole.
Last player standing.
Dead.
Killed their omen.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Blocking sight.
Spike down A.
That
Down A.
Is that from stairs?
Last player. One enemy remaining. Finished. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Spike down. Spike down A. One enemy. Pulling them in.
Night night.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Gone.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down.
Off your feet!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy. Enemy remaining. Team Ace. One enemy remaining.
Grounded.
Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Okay. Nailed them. Grenade!
down mid. 30 seconds. 30 seconds left.
Lovely.
One enemy remaining.
Blinded. Party's over. Party's over.
Last player standing.
Killed their army.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Blocking sight.
Spike down A.
That
Down A.
was still.
Last player. One enemy remaining. Thirty seconds left.
Finished.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the WD Black Cup Season 3 powered by AMD Esports partner Skyesports. We just finished off a match that was one of the best of threes of the round of 16. That was between Lethal as well as Fantom. Now we are going to be heading over into the next match. Teams are ready, but now again a best of three, meaning that we have a probability and a chance that we see all the three maps. But Edge, do you think that's going to be happening? I mean, round of 16, there are a lot of matches. All of them is not going to be witnessed here. We're going to be seeing two matches for today. One is done, but do you think at least in this match, three maps?
I mean, I'm waiting to see what are the teams first, and then maybe decide on that later on. Because sometimes it can be. I mean, after the first, I mean, looking at the names of the first matchup, Lethal and Fantom, I actually thought this might be a match that might take us into the third one.
Oh yes.
Right. I thought maybe 2-1 in the favor of Lethal or 2-1 in the favor of Fantom, but it was 2-0 in the favor of Lethal Esports. But here we go. I mean, we have another BO3. I mean, all I'm hoping is we don't get to see Split and Ascent again. Right? We want to see something else. Maybe Icebox, maybe Haven, maybe Bind, obviously. Even a Fraction and Breeze will do.
Oh yes. Fracture and
But let's
Breeze.
see what happens. Yeah, Fraction and Breeze. I mean, if we have Fracture, Breeze, and Icebox, that's gonna be the veto that I'm hoping for. That is an insane veto,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. But yeah, talking about the third map, the trend right now. I mean, yesterday's BO1 one-sided, today's BO3 one-sided again. So I'm not quite sure if we're gonna be able to see that third one coming in today as well.
I'm at least happy about Edge that we are not seeing Heaven, right? 3 times back to back yesterday.
Tomorrow.
It was just
Yeah,
Heaven.
I mean, yesterday,
And we knew that was the case to be there because it's the best of one, and Heaven gives you an advantage and an opportunity that you can kind of even switch sides and try to make a comeback. But it was not the case. It was mostly one-sided, that all the 3 matches that we saw. So today, not seeing Heaven is a good thing, that for us as viewers as well as casters, that will be feeling good because we are seeing different gameplays coming across. But right as now, we are still missing out those strategic executions. And for that strategic execution to make its way through, I think Bind is the way to go. So I hope Bind is the first map Edge here.
I mean, I wouldn't have an issue with that because that's my favorite map up. So let's see what happens. We have the teams. It's not gonna be Valor, but we still have an amazing matchup here. It's gonna be Amigo Sports taking down Septim Xerent. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'm so sorry. Maybe Sam can do it better than me.
I mean, that's right. It is Septim Accident who is going to be playing against Amigos. And this is the matchup that we'll be looking forward to here, being the second best of 3 for the day. But again, map picks are something that we are still looking forward to. What kind of maps are going to be these teams bringing in? What kind of an agent selection? Because again, for the viewers here who are joining us here in the WD Black Cup Season 3, will be wondering and witnessing this team for the first time, both of these teams. To tell you guys, Amigos is from India and Septim is going to be coming in from Bangladesh. You guys know this is a South Asian tournament and the total prize pool for this is going to be 10,000 USD. So there's a chance for teams to walk away with 4,500 if they become the champions, if they take down Global Esports, and then they can put them to the second position as runner-up with 2,200 USD. But right as now, to get to that pedestal, to get to that point, become the contender, this is going to be the stepping stone to success. And who is that team who's going to be successful in walking ahead is going to be the question that we'll be looking forward to in this matchup in the best of 3. But Edge, if I asked you, now that we are going to be seeing these lightning fast game coming through between Amigo versus Septim and also the map selection coming through, what are your thoughts starting off on Ascend, the classic matchup?
Well, we just we're done with Ascent, where a one-sided affair coming in from Lethal. I mean, we agreed not to call it one-sided, right? Because there was a really good fight coming in from Fantom as well. But we're starting off on Ascent once again. Amigos, they'll be starting off on the attacking half. Well, Septim on the favored one, but the second map is what I'm excited about. Bind, because we haven't seen that yet in this tournament. And then we have Haven as a decider. Too much Haven, man. That's all I'm saying. Too much Haven yesterday. But we already have the agent composition here. We have Missile on Jet against Juicer. Oh, okay. Now I remember. Yeah, I've now I kind of remember these players, So, I mean, I'm really looking forward to see what they bring in right now. But once again, I gotta say, I agree. I favor the side of Septim because I see a KO and a Sova pick once again.
Okay. So, right now, Edge is kind of having some, I would say, thoughts jumping into his mind and trying to see himself and let you guys know he's also a pro player, so he plays with these players out there, and he wanted to bring that in. So he's trying to figure that out, and then behind the desk we were having a chat about it. So Edge, I got your back. I'm going to be telling it out to our viewers. But yes, let's talk a little bit about the agent selection itself now. There's going to be a double duelist setup, and getting in the Rena I really like. I want to see the Empress popping off. The Omen is back online coming in from Amigos, and then there's Ronnie playing in with that Killjoy. So very effective, especially on the B side. And there's nobody that can, I would say, kind of try an entry B side if there's Nanoswarm as well as Alarm Bot plays down. But there's a counter Killjoy as well coming in from the side of Septim.
I still think Kyojin's KO is gonna be the key if for Septim to win this particular one. Because look at the agents, right? I mean everyone's gonna be surprised. That's a different thing. But KJ and Sova are gonna be the main targets.
Yes.
Right, a lot of util coming in from them, and also Pochita, he has to be careful a bit. Even Juzo, as a matter of fact, you can't dash out after you're suppressed. But that Pochita, after you're suppressed, no dismiss, no heal. Sometimes Reina, even you, Sam, you love to just dismiss out.
Oh,
right, that
yes.
is what Reina players do. They just get one dismiss out. But if you're suppressed, you cannot do that. So in the heat of the moment, you kind of sometimes just keep spamming that button, right? You just keep spamming dismiss, and it doesn't happen because you're suppressed. So I think Kyojin is the best way to counter. I don't think he can counter Midas as much because Omen, once again, and not a lot of util on him. Just a couple of smokes, a paranoia, and Shadow Step is there, but he doesn't actually need it as much. So if you really ask me, I think just by looking at the agent select, I think I have my wager on Septim here.
I kind of agree with you. In terms of paper, it seems like Septim are looking really good. And as you said, Kyojin having a double initiator setup should work for them. But Amigos starting off on the attack, I feel like that the aggression can just work out over there. They can just brute force their way in and be very powerful with their weapons, and then maybe we end up winning a couple of rounds in their favor. But this is going to be very crucial. We're going to be starting it off the second match for the day here in the WD Black Cup Season 3 powered by AMD. You're going to be seeing the first round start off between Amigos and Septim. It's going to be a mid aggression that both the teams are looking forward to, and it's going to be this. He finds the first one for Septim, and that is going to be the Reina down. We were just talking so much about the Reina, and Reina, before she could do anything, it's out. Pochita is done.
With the Sheriff as well. With Sheriff, you either need, one headshot will do the thing, even 2 body shots if you don't have an armor will do the thing, and you gotta be careful because with Sheriff in your hand, you have no util on Jet, right? No smoke, no traps, and that's exactly what he was trying. And there you go. That's what I was talking about. You have to land those shots, and Zaps will get that kill. Beautiful trade, a deal list for a deal list, but that means there's no deal list left for Septim. But it's okay because they're on the defensive half, and looks like the rotations are being called here, or are they? Never mind, they're making their way back to A. Hermione, well, has to be careful. Gotta be checking that angle close right. There is no way he checks it.
What?
The timing was just not on the side of
30
Amigos
seconds
there.
left.
Holding the position for so long, Zap's Edge. I think he should have just stood there. He had no cover, and he still thought of pushing further. But right now, look at this. We thought looking at the spike, it should have been an A commitment, but it is going to be a switch up towards B. But there's a market push coming through from the Omen. It's going to be very crucial, but Juzo, he just barely makes his way in to get the spike land. But in the meantime, Red and Hermione, they wiped up the other players in Kyojin through the wall bank. Gets Juzo down. That's going to be the first round for Septim. There's nothing that Amigos could do. I think it is their own fault here, Edge, that Amigos kind of did actually get a trade and then kind of thought that they could just walk their way into site and get the plant.
Yeah, overextension, man. Overextension. They got one trade and could have stick together, maybe 2-2. But instead, Zaps holding on to that angle for so long, but then impatient at the end. Just stuck together. It's still the first round, so let's see what happens. Amigos, we all know what kind of... Amigos is the one from India, right? We have the Septim coming in from...
Bangladesh.
Again, I'm sorry. Bangladesh. So we all know the region, man. They're known for their aggressive plays. And Missile, he is showing us exactly why. And I thought he might be able to land that one, but I think he should be able to get this one. But does he predict? Juzo is close. He doesn't. And he misses, but he dashes out. He stays alive. Hermione lands a beautiful one tap.
Enemy
All the way to
tag.
top mid, Sam. All the way to top mid.
This is a really good play coming in from Septum. They're covering each other. That's the best part. And look at that. Mr. Red read right into it. He understood that this is all the fight happening at mid. The chaos is where he has to try and cover it up. And he comes and gets one. And immediately now Missile gets another with his Marshall. And right now the last surviving player, Ronnie, he does have the spike. But Hermione is just going to be checking the corners and finds an easy one tap with that cherub. And that's going to be the second round coming through, and also a flawless to the side of Septum. So 2 rounds back to back in their favor, and also this being kind of a defensive map is working out, but the double duelist setup activates now. It's going to be the full buy coming in through Amigos, and I hope they are ready for it, because if they lose this edge, this will give us an idea that even the double duelist, I don't think it's going to be working out, because they are not a heavily utility based setup or a meta coming through from Amigos.
2-0. Amigos, they gotta make sure that they get this one bubble missile. What? Missile!
Spike down mid.
Turret's destroyed.
Boy!
That flash was just brilliant, and they weren't even able to dodge it because they never thought about it, that there's a flash that can come through in that way. A brilliant setup coming in from Kyogen. 3 people down, and Missile, he's already walked up and is given weapon upgrade for his teammates' edge.
Last player
Get about
remaining.
weapon upgrade. If it's a flawless bonus, I swear, Amigos, they got absolutely destroyed. All thanks to Missile.
And
I was
Kyogen.
just talking about how, yeah, Kyogen's, I mean, the flash of the, I don't know, century or something. I don't know, man. But
At least for this WD
just
Black
talking
Ops
about-
Season 3.
there you go. One. Why were they not shooting? Like, just shoot, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes. Get that, right? We were just talking about how aggressive Bangladeshi teams are. He dashes on a bonus, gets a triple with a goddamn Spectre. That's gotta be my best moment of the day for so far.
I mean, it's a best moment for us, but Edge, it's a huge, I would say, breakdown coming in here for Amigos. I'm pretty sure they were unprepared, and that's the reason they didn't even spray. They thought that just maybe a flash, maybe something to kind of move out or maybe check position or information. Never thought that the push would come through, but now it's the 4th round coming through. The weaponry again gone down for it all. They have nothing to do here. Amigos, can they find something? Can they at least take a couple of players down? Nothing again. Another setup coming in. The flash again
Spike
working
down
out.
A.
And it's just Septum
Last
ruling
player
things.
standing.
Pochita gets one with the Spectre, but that's all. I think this is the last player. The flash again doing so much impact, Edge.
Is this the
Kyogen, as you said, Edge, he's not only countering with his, I would say, suppress, but the flashes are on point.
Absolutely beautiful execution coming in from Septum, right? I mean, yeah, that was kind of a anti-eco round for them, but it's still pretty easy. Amigos, now let's see a full buy round coming in once again. Now I'm waiting to see if Missile is gonna go for that aggressive style, you know, sniping, or is he gonna be going for that default passive operating style?
In the scorecard that we just saw, you could see Kyogen, he just has 2 kills. Does not matter. He has 6 assists. This is just the 4th round that was done, and now we are heading into the 5th. It's a full buy, but that's what we are saying. Kyogen, he's being very effective, and look at him. He was at A in the previous round, right now he's at B. And I think this is one of the brilliant ways to play, that you're confusing the opponents every time, but this time he has been damaged a lot. He went in for a fight, but his flashes come in this time and push back both the players, both the duelists who are looking forward to aggress and take control of market.
Raider spots him. You don't do that, Ronnie. You're gonna get taken down pretty easily. KO is low though on the other hand, but as long as Missile is alive, I still think that there is a lot of hope for Septum, and that recon will make sure that no one's pushing in from mid. Missile, you're going in the wrong direction, my man, but it doesn't really matter because Hermione is out in the open. He gets one with an instant trade coming in. A trade, a collage. No sir, he dashes out.
Down
Missile,
B.
he gets one. I think it was a collage
Enemy
indeed.
remaining.
It was a collage. Missile, beautiful shot, getting the last
my
Missile, you
god!
beauty!
Instant replay, please. This. The way must have been hurt production. Look at this play. Even Hermione did get one, but immediately look at the hole coming in from Missile. The amount of damage that he did over there and never let go of it. He gets one. He goes in for another one. Irrespective of the players who are coming to his end, he gets a 4K. That operator was just looking towards market, and once it got a pick on Hermione, the trade, that operator just got activated. It looked like Missile was very angry.
Enemy kill.
Yeah, yes, he is. He is indeed so mad right now that he's playing mad. He's making us mad looking at his gameplay. Mad insane right now. There's nothing that Amigos can do. They're forced into this round, but guess what? I mean, at least up until now, 2-man advantage already. Septim, they can still make it work. I think that's not enough. They need one more kill on KJ. Missile is ready for this. Don't you dare peek that, because Missile's holding on to that angle. Either white peek it or double peek it.
Yeah.
But do not solo peek it. I think it's gonna be a double. Oh, he misses.
There's a wide
Oh
one.
no. Maybe he praised a bit too much.
I mean, it was a wide peak. They countered it, as you said. They had to do it, but look at that. The shock dart could have done the damage, but Missile goes in for a peak. But this time they were ready. But also, he was very low. But look at the position coming in from Theogen. Is he going to be ready? Yes, he gets 2. A 3K coming in for Theogen. I think this is the time for a 4K for Theogen. The flash gets set up for Sonic. He's jumped out. The player is going to be there, but Ronnie does not find anything. What is this play coming in from Septim? You said they're an aggressive team, but I understand this, that aggression is something that we generally see, but there is no counter or any kind of an answer here, Edge, that Amigos are able to put forth towards Septim. They're just taking in the aggression coming in from Septim and are accepting the defeat in every round. 6 rounds done. Midas, Juzo and Ronnie, 3 players have no kills at all. It's just Zaps and Puchita here and there grabbing kills in a couple of rounds. It's been 6 rounds and the total number of kills that they have in total for the 2 players is just 4 out of 6.
Yikes.
Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, Missile is turning the heat on.
Gone.
I mean, it's already hard enough outside, and he's just turning it up a notch. But as we were talking about the kills, right? I mean, Zaps, both his frags were on Jet. That is Missile. One in the pistol round and one in the previous round. Oh, look at Sonic, he doesn't care. But he should be careful here because that smoke, that weapon, the nozzle is visible. No, he's gonna get taken down, but Septim, man down. But look at Missile. He's part of it. There you go. You peek, you go down. Adios, amigos. That's gonna be 1 more down. There's gonna be 3 more players left. They do have all the ultimates available. Empress, Hunter's Fury, and coming out a shot. Empress is kind of useless at this point because he doesn't have any weapon.
The A push.
It sucks. But sneaky beaky.
Wait,
That's one.
I don't understand. There was a turret. How? Okay, I think the Omen smoked the turret over there, and that's the reason he was able to get an entry. That was a
30 seconds
huge
left.
and a smart move to get at least the control of A side. But look at this, the push coming in from Zaps. This is going to be monumental if he gets a pick. But Kyogen, his position is just spectacular. He's already at rafters, and spike plan is going to be difficult. He's reading this right. There should be a player at Gen. He spots them. He puts down a fragment, making use of his utilities. Yes, he's going in for a plan. Can he? Zaps, he gets one. The ultimate gets committed, and the spike is down. And this is a round that's lost. You wasted so much time. I'm not even sure why Hermione went in for a peek. Should have just gone in for the spike commitment.
Oh, you mean Midas?
I'm sorry. Yeah, mine is over there. I'm
Someone
sorry.
is-
Hermione got the kill. I got confused over there. But Midas, he had just a sheriff over there, Edge. Shouldn't have gone for a peek.
I think he thought that maybe someone is towards that Vines area, towards that A main, right? I mean, because the only player that they didn't spot was Kyogen, and who was playing Heaven. And at the end, he did get spotted, so I think that was a reason. But Zaz, that was a beautiful play coming in from him.
Yeah.
But we're still waiting for Juzo and Ronnie to open. And, you know, open up their quota of kills. Because right now, they're still sitting on 0 after 7 rounds.
You should
And at
run.
this level of competition, at this stage of the tournament, they need more.
What?
Oh, what the? I have no words. I cannot describe what I just witnessed. That should not happen, Sam. He was stuck in the smoke. And he still gets one.
he's still surviving, irrespective that he got one. He's surviving. Kyojin, he finds one, and this looks like it's going to be going down. The Empress, it is unlocked. Let's see if it's going to be unchanged or untamed. But look at the backstab coming in from Missile. Gets one, gets two, and now it's up to the last player who gets taken down and has to just lift the champion symbol as Septum are just walking all over amigos.
You want to do the music?
No.
Well, it's all music for Septum right
Yeah.
now because 8-0.
Who even
How
thought?
do you 17-2, and both the frags were, I mean, both the deaths were thanks to Zaps.
8 KD, 9 KD, 10 KD. Get ready.
Oh wait, did you just rhyme? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Sam, improving, I see. But how do you, okay, on a serious note, how do you counter this? Like, the aggressive style of Septum? Migos, they're unable to, you know, find a way, but maybe they'll watch a stream after this matchup, so
Yeah.
maybe we can help them out a bit, Sam. What do you think is going to be your advice for them?
First thing is a timeout that they have to take. I understand. See, it does become difficult when you're playing with a team who you have not seen. That's just what I would say what's being difficult here for Amigos. On the other end, Septem, they said irrespective that we don't know the team, we are just going to be trying and playing our game. And that's the reason it's working out. Kyojin again finding one. This time I'm not too sure if he used the utilities, but the position of Puchita is non-sonic is slowly going in. Spots and sees that ping when he popped up the Lear. Times it perfectly. The play coming here from Septum is undeniable, and so like I said, he gets the second one. It's the last to survive and clears, and I think it's another round written. I kind of fear that 12-0 is in the making.
It's the Radiant buddies, Sam, I'm telling you. Those Radiant buddies are just... It's a Radiant buddy buff. That's all I'm saying. Okay, oh, Zabs, did he spot him?
Again, Zaps!
Not really.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I think this time he's gonna go
Last
down,
player.
to be
Yeah.
honest. Yeah, there you go. Hermione takes him down, and then Hermione knows, he kind of predicts where... Oh, almost got him.
Oh,
And if
he got the dink!
He takes him! He takes him! Oh, he still gets one though. I mean... He still gets one good, but Hermione... Spells, man. Spells. Freaking Harry Potter in the house, fam.
Finally, I think they heard.
Oh. Yeah.
They need to take the timeout edge. They need to slow themselves down. I mean, all they're doing right now is just walking to the hands of Septum on any angle that they're holding.
Even if they don't slow themselves down, just break the momentum on the side of Septum because
Exactly.
0 frags still on Jet and KJ. That's Juzo, and Ronnie still sitting on 0 after 9 rounds. I mean, unacceptable. Simply unacceptable, Sam.
Exactly. I mean, it's again, as I said, this might be the first game jitters coming in. I understand this also might not be the first game jitters. I'm just saying first game jitters because this is the best of 3. They played the best of 1. They played a good game, and that's the reason they're here, qualified to the round of 16. But again, as we said, they have not seen these teams, all of these teams play live on stream, so they do not have the full idea. I think that's where Amigos are falling short of. But here, I would say there's no, proper strategy if you want to talk about it coming in from Septum that they're doing every time. They're switching their game so frequently that Amigos are not ready for. So I think the first and the foremost thing, even before Amigos go in for a peak and the timeout discussion, should be that they gain information. And if they don't read into it, they'll be always falling like they're falling in 9 consecutive rounds.
Couldn't agree more. But I have another question, Sam. Whose map pick is this again? Is it Amigos? I think it's Amigos, right?
It is.
And they're getting destroyed. I mean, if Septum can do this to them on this map pick, I'm excited for Bind. Oh, Missile. This time he misses. Ouch. Okay, that's the second miss of the day for him. I'm actually keeping account of it. But let's see. I can see Juzo now in a really good position there, thanks to the X-ray on there. I'm just waiting for Ronnie or Juzo to open things up. On the other hand, Kyojin has 10 assists. Yes, he's a KO.
That's what I'm
now
saying.
Point does give you the assist, but it's still an assist. He's I mean it's not like it's gonna be considered, but if he does play like this, if they make it into the finals, and if he does play like
Exactly.
this, he's gonna be one of the contenders for the most valuable supporter.
Let's hope that is there, but this time another shot does come through, but just because it's a Marshall, it does not get the pick. But Hermione is super low. Midas looking forward to getting the pick, but there is a Nana Swarm. This time they're getting in those trades. They're getting into a positive one, but Sonic immediately controlling the numbers.
Enemy remaining.
Midas,
30 seconds left.
you
He's looking
walk.
in the wrong direction. Kyojin's looking in the wrong direction. But there's missile. Okay, I actually thought that Zap. I mean, if he would have gotten that kill onto Kyojin, I
Exactly.
think that 1v1 would have been a bit easier because missile was down to 49.
I mean, this time the shots were connecting, Edge coming in from Amigos, but just because they had lower weapons, you saw 101
Yeah.
damage being done from that Marshall. That did not give them the pick. He dropped Hermione to 49, Missile was down to 49, and there was nobody to heal. If he connected another shot, Pochita, we could have seen that this round could have worked, but Midas just walking into the smoke, not checking all the directions was one of the reasons. But look at this again. They're going in, trying in for a quick push up. They've taken control of at least B main. That's a good thing. But immediately to stop that, there are counter utilities placed, and it will deny everything. The entry
operator.
push stop.
They have so much money. They invested in a second operator just to throw it on the goddamn ground. And also the confidence as well, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not easy.
But look
And
at
now
the
you can see the
rotation.
positions coming in. Exactly. They're all making their way to a shot where Sonic is
Sonic.
ready for it. It's all about the timing and the swing. He gets one. How? Paranoia is out. Gotta be careful. He's confused.
Ouch.
He's confused.
I mean,
Once again,
that did not happen. We did not see that Edge.
Is it gonna be the first round? They do
Feels
have
like
the.
it.
Oh wait a second. If KO can pop his ultimate at the same time that KJ pops her ultimate, they can actually deny the Hunter's Fury, which can make it work, but it all depends.
Oh!
Hermione!
Deploying
I'm
drone.
telling you, this guy is a goddamn wizard. And Kyojin will be popping up that zero command and long. Oh. It's cancelled.
He cancelled. He denies it. Big brain play coming through.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, you saw Kyojin. I would say Kyojin is going to be the MVP here. What did he do? He understood that the Sova would have pushed further away. So what did he do? He used his ultimate, started pushing from trees until he connected his null command. And once it connected, he started pushing up with his teammates. The play
Last
coming
round
here
of the
from
half.
Septum. The read.
No.
This is why, Edge, we say you need to watch out. You need to read, see, and understand what the opponent team is trying to do and figure out what utilities, what agent that is. And Septum has found a counter for everything towards Amigo.
True. I mean, another thing, although it is a one-sided match, I gotta say I'm enjoying it.
I agree with you. Completely.
I mean, I would love a really close one, but this one I'm actually enjoying because it's not like them having an easy game. It's not an easy game, but they're making it look easy. And once again, Missile went down. 2 zaps again, yet again. 3-0. Or I mean, I don't know if it's nil, but 3 times that Missile went down, all thanks to zaps. And Pochita's already low. 1 HP or something. Sonic with the beautiful swing. Can he get the other one on his... Oh, he cannot. Ronnie with the third frag. Pochita lagged. Pochita's lagged.
No, that was a
But Sam-
flash.
That was a flash? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he kind of lagged there. Which
Unfortunate.
was... By the way, Sam. 12 rounds? Juzo is on
You should
0
run.
kills.
This is just unbelievable. This is disheartening to watch, Edge. I mean, the way Septum
There
is
they are.
playing, they are denying everything. Look at this. They don't. The ultimate does not even
One
matter.
enemy
The
remaining.
ultimate should let you enter, but it's not working out. The Hunter Fury gets popped. It does not matter. The shorty comes out and Missile will be taking you out. The play, Hermione, you need to stop Missile. There's no
Switching
way that
sides.
Amigos are able to counter him or
point.
even take him down. It should be you. That's so why use those shock darts, take Missile out, and stop him from top fragging.
I'm gonna lose my mind if it's 13-0. I'm actually gonna lose my mind. I think I kind of jinxed it already.
But
But if it
guys, you
is
know
13-0, I'm gonna
who
lose my
to
mind.
kind of hold the grudge against right now.
Oh my god, this game! 19-3, 6 KD. Oh, I mean, can I say? I mean, can I say it's a jet dev?
Yeah, I mean that's
I-
there's no comparison, Edge. It's not even a
Zero
diff
to-
at this moment. There's no comparison.
He's on another planet.
Exactly. Look at this again. Look at the way they're moving in. They don't worry about it, but they're cautious. They're checking in. The flash is going to be there. They're going to be using. I'm pretty sure the 0 point was used. No, it was the flagman that was used to push them back. A brilliant play coming in from them, and look at the way so quickly they've cleared the site already, and the spike is getting planted. It's a 5v5 situation.
Is this happening? Amigos, I thought it was just on the attacking side, but even on the defensive, they're struggling right now. Pochita's down to 12 points of hope. He does have
Okay,
two souls.
Chuzo. First one.
Chuzo hit one onto missile. Congratulations, but at the same time, let's see. It might be the last one as well. Sonic, he's got to be careful. He peeks out, he takes second now. Pochita will get the heal now. Down to situation right now. Amigos, they do have the advantage. Only Red taking out one, but it's a Drake comes in. Drake gets
One
another one on
enemy
Rani. Down to a 2v2. Make it
Attackers win.
Guys, Edge broke his mic at this moment, okay? That's what happened over there. It's not him going silent. He broke his mic. I don't know if he's having a secondary over there. But damn, that was a 13-0 coming through.
In what fashion? I'm sorry, I kind of dropped my mic. You were right.
But Edge, I want to say this. I mean,
Switch to face cam. I mean, I wanna let the audience see my face. You know, I mean, both of our faces. I mean, if it was one-sided, we didn't want to see it, but we're still smiling, Sam. Both of us. Our faces are lit up. 13-0 in a round of 16 match against. I mean, it's not like Amigos are like a normal team, right? They're good. They're good players. I'm pretty sure they're Immortals or Radiants or whatever. But Septim, they just made them look like a bunch of amateurs. Bunch of rookies.
I'm trying to put the puzzle pieces together here, Edge. I don't know where the puzzle pieces are, but I mean, I'm pretty sure I bought it, but I think I lost it. That's how it feels, right?
It did. They scattered it away. Septim, they just took your pieces and they just like, boom, they threw it away.
But this last round, we kind of got hopes. We thought it's not going to be a 13-0, but Red with the late, I would say, flank coming through the trees. I mean, Pochita was reloading and Red walks right in his face. I was like, Pochita, you need to get that. And Red, 3k for Red to get that round going. I mean, we were kind of not even, we were so sure that this is not going to be a one-sided match. Both these teams are going to be giving their all. But that pick...
Yeah, I think we were wrong there by...
Yeah. by miles, by, I would say, kilometers, even I would say light years away from even predicting that.
13-0, give them 10 more rounds, they'll make it 23-0.
Yeah.
That's how Septim was playing.
I mean, nothing to disregard regarding Amigos. They did try their best. It was just Septim on a complete different level. Let's quickly talk about the maps because that's the only hope here for Amigos. None of us even thought that could have been a situation that could have worked out, and especially being, as we said, it was Amigos' pick, but it was, I would say, being unprepared for Septim. And I think it's also a different region coming into play that maybe they've not understood what they can come into play. But this utility-based setup, they relied on it. And look at them, whenever they were doing it, it was not that they were going... I mean, for us, when we witnessed it, Edge, yes, you could call it a W key gaming coming through. But to be right to what Septim were doing, it was W key as well as checking each and every corner. They were cautious and strategic in every move.
And for anyone joining us right now, that is not a technical glitch. It is indeed 13-0. It is indeed 13-0 in the favor of Septim. They completely destroyed Amigos here on the map of Ascent. Well, guess what? It was Amigos' pick. And now we're headed on to the map of my personal favorite and also the map pick of Septim. I mean, if things go the same way, I see another upset for Amigos. But I still want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, one thing is they have the potential.
Yes.
But Sam, how do you come back after a 0-13? I mean, I'm talking about mentally right now.
Exactly.
Like, that's got to be at the back of their head. Their confidence is gone. Especially after that final round, as you said. Because Juzo, they're duelists. They're entry fraggers. Supposed to be entry fragging.
Zero in the entire attacking half.
At the end, it kind of felt like Missile was like, you know what, I just want to die to someone else except Zaps. Like, it was just Zaps taking him a 3 versus 5, and they still lost that. I just don't understand how.
I think irrespective of how much ever we try to decode it and break it down for us to also comprehend and also for our viewers to kind of try and understand, it's just it happened. That's written in stone right now. There's nothing, there's no coming back from it. But as you said, let's quickly take a look in the highlights, because that destruction and the play that was being made coming in from Septum, this is where it started. The pistol round, it's okay. With this 3K coming in,
exactly.
the setup, and then upgrades, and a flawless. Taking a bonus round on a flawless.
That is
Spike
unacceptable.
down A.
And also insane. The fact that he also stayed alive, right?
Yeah.
He should have gone down at the end. But then also another one, I believe that one with where the he was tagged by the drone. We'll wait for that. It's gonna be coming up anytime soon. But you can see the coordination. I mean, Miso was on another level. Forget about him. But the coordination coming in, not only from Kyojin and Miso, also from Red and I'm sorry, what was the I think I kind of throw it in there. Hermione, exactly. I mean, individually, all of them are doing everything. That was just nasty coming in from Miso. But you can see the coordination as well coming in. Beautiful timing of the flashes. Beautiful recon darts coming in. They're breaking. They have the backups. Here, this one as well. Miso gets one and then he goes back. But then there's Hermione to, cover him up.
Left.
But this play, I thought this round they should have got it. But Midas, he overextends, goes towards Generator, spots Kyogen, and that's where everything fell apart. But still, Zaps was trying to hold it strong. But the timer was done, and we saw the ultimate being used, and there was nothing else that could have been. This ping that you talked about, Pachita, he was pinged, and Sonic goes in for a peek, and that's just easy. But this play coming in from Sonic, he could have gotten himself a 3 or a 4K over there. The paranoia was just brilliant. But Sonic, every time that you saw him, he's good for one. Every time, look at him. He goes in, takes one, and then immediately gets traded out. So Sonic can be kept good for one, but still, he has done the impact that should have been done, that should have been seen. And this is not a scorecard that we kind of expected, especially in the round of 16, as we were seeing. We did talk about it from the start itself. And even the first match that we saw for today, the scorecard tells you the other story, that it could have been domination, but we saw how it felt. But here, this was just sheer domination.
I mean, forget about the kills. Forget about the score. Look at just focus on average combat score for a second. The average combat score, the least average combat score on the side of SE, and the highest combat score on the side of Amigos Esports. That tells the entire story. That tells you the entire story. I mean, you gotta feel bad for Juzo though, because I think it was just a bad game for him.
Yeah.
I know, I mean, we all know for sure he has to be better than this, right? And unfortunately, he couldn't pop off. He only had one kill, that too in the end. A bit of luck coming into favor, or maybe, I mean, it would have been heartbreaking if he would have ended the game on 0-13.
Yeah.
It actually would have completely destroyed his mindset moving on to the next match. But what do you think? Do you think they should be going? I mean, I know it kind of sounds stupid, but I mean, you never really know. Amigos maybe a 6-man or a 7-man roster. So do you think they might be coming in with any, substitutes, or do you think they're going to be changing any of the comms coming in, moving on to bind, or do you think they're still going to be sticking in with the double duelist? I mean, Juzo right now apparently not having a good time on Jet. So I would suggest that he can actually still stick to Jet if he's okay, if he's mentally okay after that 0-13. But if not, then I think he should just shift to something like, a bit more passive. That is just Sentinel maybe.
I like the way you put it, like mentally okay, because it was a wreck that was like put across in front of him. He couldn't do anything. The havoc coming in from the side of Septum was just brilliant. But as you said, yes, there can be a change. But again, the surprise was that they never knew Septum. So hopefully in Bind, they are ready for it. But again, now I want to bring our viewers to the perspective of Amigos were not like unable to hold it. It was just that Amigos, whenever you saw them getting a pick edge, they were getting, I feel, excited. And it felt like they were getting a little bit overconfident after that initial pick, and they were going in for the second one, for which the trade was ready coming in from Septum. So I think it's just the over eagerness coming in from Amigos. and it was just them covering up. Septum had their trades over there lined up. They had people watching their back. They had utilities to help their teammates even make their comeback in case they're in a difficult spot. So I think these are the plans that need to be figured out a little bit better coming in from the side of Amigos, and I think they are going to be getting prepped for it. But yes, Bind being the pick coming in from Septum, they're going to be starting on a little bit of a disadvantage. But if there is a 30-0 and a disadvantage, I don't think there is a disadvantage that you can call for a attacker side on a defender sided map.
I mean, right now, it all depends on the way that the things start for the side of Amigos. If they start off losing the pistol round, things are going to be a bit more harsh on them, carrying on that same momentum from the previous game. But if they win it, then maybe they'll have that positive energy seep into their veins, and maybe they'll have a better time in this particular matchup. But once again, Bind, no mid control. It's just basically A and B. Yes, there are the teleporters to be, for you to worry about, but no mid control, which means you can play 2-2 and 1 towards that CT as a defender, or a 3-2, depending on where you think they might head on to, or the information. You can still play KO and Sova. That's still a good combo. You can go for the breach as well. You can go for basically anything. I don't think there's any bad agent here on the map of Bind. To be honest, let me think. Yeah, I don't think even Viper can be played. Brim, anything can be played here. I mean, you usually don't get to say this about all the maps, right? Usually we have 1-2 disadvantages for every agent. But Bind, I believe any agent can be played if you know how to play. Is there any agent that I've missed? I think everyone's okay.
Yeah.
But the one that actually I want to watch, once again, Yoru.
Yeah.
Because he's just too good. But I don't think it's gonna. I mean, to be honest, Septum, they can actually take it right now, right? They can actually pick it because they are feeling confident. They have a map in the back. They can actually go in for that. Maybe, to do some mischief with the Yoru and maybe break the confidence on the side of Amigos and take it home. Or Amigos can bring you that surprise element.
Yes.
You never really know. That can happen. That might be the X factor for them to come out on top.
There can be a situation where an Yoru can come in, but again, it all depends on how the team is feeling about bringing in an Yoru. So for us, it feels like when we have seen all those clips and I would say all those montages coming through, I think that's where we kind of feel like, yes, we can play Yoru, but it's not the case, guys. It's not always that you can pull off something brilliant on that form. But I want to see if there's going to be a Brimstone pick. And as we were talking about the agent selection, let's head over there itself. It is going to be a Yoru coming through, but it is not the team that you thought about. It's not Septum. It's going to be Amigos bringing in Zaps. Okay.
I still told you that they can actually do it. I mean, Amigos as the X factor, right? And Zaps is the perfect one. Why? Because he was a sneaky Sova player on A, if you remember.
Yep.
So if he can pull it off again, this time it's a perfect agent as well. Some Sova, not a sneaky agent, but Zaps this time on Yoru can be the X factor, but the one that can counter him. The KO is not there. One. Second, Hermione, I think, is going to be the major factor here because that drone is going to be used to spot out the real Yoru. I mean, they do have the fake out, right?
Yep.
And there's like very few ways that the fake Yoru can be spotted out. So drone is one of them. And I believe I don't think the boombot it will be faked out, right? I think it does get spotted. So I think Zaps, he has a really good, good chance of taking this home, but he needs his teammates' support.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for some crazy plays being done, but again, a double duelist setup coming in from Amigos. They're not giving that up. They're going to be bringing in Race, but Ronnie is switching up to a controller, and if you look at Midas, he's gone in for that initiator, and Puchita, he's jumped out and gone into a sentinel. But again, I'll call it a pseudo duelist. But here is going to be Septum coming in with Kyojin. You saw him on the initiator. He was feeling confident. Here is starting off on the raise edge. And let's see how it's going to be working out. Red has switched up from that sentinel to the initiator. Hermione is still playing the initiator. So double initiator setup. And Sonic, he was feeling good with that Omen, and he's going to be bringing it up now. And the attacking off, it's going to be Septum. So those crazy plays that we are talking about, Amigos, I don't think he'll be doing it coming in, especially Zaps. In the start itself, he's just going to be holding out, but it looks like he's already done it. He went in for a TP, and right now his TP is being held, but the counter coming through. A trailblazer being used in the TP. Damn. Okay, Zaps finally gets back though.
He does get crashed back, but look at the damage being dealt by Migos onto Sova and Raze. I mean, Sky, I don't know if he has a heal. Yeah, I don't think Red has a heal. There you go. But they're making their way towards A. They have 4 towards B. Omen is the only one towards A. They do have the Chambers traps there, but now the rotations are being called. You gotta be careful. They hear the drone. Ronnie is calling it. They have to be so careful right now not to get caught off. God, and Midas gives away vision. Ronnie opens things up. Gets one. Kuchina gets one.
down
Zap.
A.
Another
One
one. And
enemy
looks like
remaining.
this is going to be a better game for Amigos. They're starting off strong. 1-0. Set them. Well, the momentum is now in the favor of Amigos.
I really like how things have switched up coming here from Amigos. The 13-0 loss, they've not at all taken to their mind. They immediately understand it's a complete entire different map and a complete entire lifeline that they have, and they are making it work here. So this does get me exciting. The anti-eco advantage for them is going to be here with that Spectres, all of them going in for the commitment with the full shields itself. So I don't think September are going to be getting this round, and especially making use of the defensive half. Amigos need to pull off as much rounds as possible, but there's a shorty on the player's hand. Let's see how that comes into play. It's going to be only coming into play if they go up close to that up player, but I don't think they're going to be finding an opportunity to be so up close. The fake out was used here, but nobody fell for the trap.
Ooh, Midas takes on 1. And now this should be a free round for the side of Amigos. I mean, any kills go into the favor of Septim, they'll take it for sure.
Oh.
Juzo. But that, okay, paint kills, I think will help them get 1. Can he get another one is the question. There are shorties there, you gotta be careful. A 3 versus 5. If they drop out any Spectres, and if they're in the hands of Septim, they gotta be careful. They gotta be really, really careful. They're making lots of noise. I think they're trying to bait
One
out
enemy remaining.
positions. Pochita gets
Spike
1.
down,
Juzo
B.
gets another one. All down to Sky. You know, I don't think there's anything
Portal
that can be
closed.
done.
Flawless.
Flawless being pulled here from Amigos. Much needed for them to build their confidence back up, because we did see, right, what just happened in the previous map. So not paying heed to it. They're getting back in their game. They're getting back into the flow. Everybody right as now has started popping off, and the player who missing Juzo, he's already top fragging for his team. But still, this is the initial 2 rounds. Now is the crucial round. If they win this round, they'll be unlocking the bonus for themselves. In Septem, they'll be falling back to a eco.
Hold by round, and Sonic unfortunately can't get full shields. What is he doing? What is he doing? Wait,
That works.
he didn't buy shields.
Out of range.
Did he-
Teleport's ready.
I think he missed. I think he clicked on it,
Yeah.
but he didn't realize that he has 50 less credits. Yeah, amateur mistake. Amateur mistake.
I mean, let's hope that does not become a weak spot for the team, but right as now, it's still a 5v5, and Septim, they're playing it very cautiously. They know this is going to be their full buy. If they miss this opportunity, they're done for. They're going to be losing not only the 3rd round, but also giving away the 4th for free, and Thrifty converting is going to be a tad bit difficult. But Pochita is a little bit further away from his rendezvous. There's going to be a trailblazer that'll be sent, which will give away his position. Is there going to be a fight at Chavas? Looks like it is going to be there, but the flash comes in and the push is there. Let's see if the Spectre works out. Yes, it's going to be. That's a weapon upgrade, and also a player going to be falling down. He is going to be a little bit cautious before picking up that weapon, and finally when he goes in, there's nobody to hold off. But looks like the 4-man push coming in from A shot is going to be countered really, really well. The fake, it does work, and look at Yoru going in for
Spike
his
down A.
frags. But Zaps is only good for 1 because Kyojin immediately trades, but Ronnie also goes in for
30
1,
seconds.
gets immediately traded off, but Juzo is there. And look at the way they're just pushing people out from the same direction. And Septim, they think that they'll come in from different direction, because of which they are unsure about what to do. Now it's a 2v1. And it's all up to Hermione. Has a Vandal to play with, but the Spectre is better, and Juzo with the wall bang gets this round also in the team's favor. So the bonus, damn, it's going to be working out over there. They get the bonus rolling for them.
And they had 2 players surviving. Septim.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, they're not going in their favor right now. Amigos, new map, and also it's a new. They're on the defensive half first. They're feeling much confident. Bind, I would say it's pretty even, Steven. As I said before, no med, which gives defenders a slight edge over the attackers, right? But attackers, they can still make it work if they time everything perfectly. And that's a fake out coming in. Pochita will be able to take down his counterpart. Missile there, and set them a man down already.
every round that Boombot is going to waste with that fake out. I mean, you need to make sure that those utilities capitalize. If you keep using that every time in the same direction, I mean, I'm pretty sure Zaps will be making use of that one fake out to always get that huge utility of the Boomba. That Boomba is crazy, we know. It's kind of close to being monumental in terms of effect of how much damage it can do as just a utility. So it's going to be very useful to take it out, and a lot of flawless rolls in. This was bound to happen because this was an eco round. There was nothing that they could have done, and a flawless rolls in, meaning unlocking the fourth one. And it looks like Amigo are going to be starting off on a great note here on Bind Edge.
A really I don't know, really much better than the previous one. They already have 4 more rounds on cup. I feel bad saying that, considering that they were sitting on 0 the last one. But Sonic and Missile, they're sitting on 0 right now. I mean, Missile, I don't know why he switched the roles there, but maybe it's the comp.
Here.
Oh, whoa. I want to see how this one plays out. Flash will be used, the grenade comes out as well, but... Oh, that's a fake out. That's a fake out, but it doesn't really matter because Hermione on the other side of the map still finds Zaps and make it a 4 versus 5.
I mean, this round looks like it's going to be kind of good for the side of Septim. It can be close. Hermione, she's reading it right, and now it's going to be Hermione taking one, but Juzo immediately trading it up. So the numbers, it's still on a disadvantage, but there's an ultimate on Juzo. He can play it really well, but Pochita's ultimate, trademark has given the cue that somebody did enter, and because of which Pochita held the ground at backside of A and gets one frag, and immediately players are rotating, but there are 2 players who have stationed themselves to hold off A. It's back to a 3v3 situation, gets smoked off. Red uses the flash, but it does not work out. But look at the brilliant use of utility. The second trademark gets 2 more, and it's a 3k coming in, and Kyojin, the last surviving player. Why would you walk on that slow? And a 4k for Pochita, and a round that looked like we thought Septim could have done, but Pochita, just because of that positioning and also the utilities, completely capitalizes with a 4k.
Oh boy. Well, that was a decent round for the side of Amigos as well.
One enemy remaining.
That's a good spot.
Sorry, for the side of Septim, my bad. But Amigos, man, stepping up huge. Absolutely popping off. It's the individual gameplay coming in. Juzo, you could see the confidence. Well, it feels like it's back in him, but I'm still gonna be waiting. Hermione is not stopping whatsoever. Hermione, man, I mean, even the last round got himself a double, and now got one with the Marshall, which means the weapon is going to be retrieved. Most importantly, they gotta be careful. But Juzo,
Spike down B.
oh boy, gets one. His counterpart, but Hermione another is crisp headshot. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Zaps! He's just jumping. He's making those brilliant Yoru plays coming to picture, but Missile immediately countering, getting one player off the board, gets a weapon recovered. But look at that Trailblazer. It kind of gave a little bit of a, I would say, wrong information, because one of it went towards A shot, but still Missile is reading this right. But Pochita, he's already crossed over. That's going to be something that will not be ready for Ronnie. He needs to be ready for this. I'm not too sure if the para was already used, but look at that late spike entry. Now because of that, Pochita has got a chance to completely surround, and if Pochita peaks at the right moment, has a chance to deny the position, and also maybe even the spike planter gets killed. But look at the utilization of Paranoia coming through from Ronnie. Pochita is good for 1, but Hermione just surviving with 3 HP, needs to connect, but it's going to be Ronnie, and another round coming in for the side of Amigos. Very close to getting it. I would say maybe a thrifty. There were a couple of commitments of buys coming through from the side of Septim. There was a Marshall that we saw. I think there should have been another one as well, but nonetheless, an ultimate was also committed to get this round going. But the way Pochita covered ground, pushed herself into the elbow, was just brilliant.
Okay, Sam, hear me out. I know I say a lot of weird things. What do you think are the chances for a 13-0 this time? Uno reverse.
I mean, how can it even happen? Is my question, right? A 13-0, and then Amigos right now dominating on the map of Septim.
6-0.
But Edge, this is
mean-
what we were talking about, right? You need to bring in something that is unimaginable, that somebody can play it, especially in this level of the competition. I think that's what September are unprepared for. The Yoru pick coming through, the triple duelist, including the Chamber as well, is something that they're not prepared for.
And the way that he's playing it as well, he's not playing it as a conventional Yoru. He keeps steeping. He has that fake out every single time. Uses it. Great crashes around. He just keeps running. There's a lot of map presence. Like, you think you have Yoru on A, but guess what? Blink of an eye and he's already at B. Well, by the time you rotate to B, blink again, he's on A. That's what's happening here. He has a lot of map presence on Zaps as the Yoru. Yes, he still has 7 frags. Even if he doesn't, I still think he's doing a really good job on Yoru. But right now, let's see what happens, because it's going to be another buy round coming in from the side of Septum Exerent. And if they don't get this round in their favor, then I think I would love a 13-0 in the favor of it.
I mean, who wouldn't, especially after taking off I would say, opponent's map. If it again happens for another team, it rarely happens, right? It's kind of can be called as a blue moon Edge. So let's hope it happens for us also to completely excite the game. Right is now Midas position. I'm not too sure it was revealed, but the ultimate was there from Kyogen. Immediately pops and takes out Midas. So that's going to be the initial first pack that's been dealt out, but the Chamber has the ultimate. There's going to be Ronnie. The position was about to get
Spike
checked,
down
but
A.
Sonic immediately turns. The spike is down in no man's land. Nobody to take care of it and nobody to recover it. It's going to be very difficult. Juzo as well as Zaps holding the back of side is going to be even more difficult for them. But the flash was brilliant. Zaps, the timing was a little bit off, because of which Missile capitalizes, but Missile just has 2 in terms of health. The spike gets recovered, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a shock dart coming through, but
Player saying
Juzo, he should have been ready. He should have been ready with a pre-fire. Now with clearing that angle off, it's going to be giving them the control of the side, and there was a TP, and I'm pretty sure they've heard it, but Puchita has the ultimate. Is there going to be a counter ultimate pop-off coming through, because the HP is just 2.
And that crossfire is perfect right now. It's perfect. If Pochita can pull it off, it's an absolute miracle right now. He should have been.
Wait.
Did he? I think they spotted him, but he didn't spot him. And that's going to be the first round. So there goes my dream of 13-0. But Septum, first round on the board for them, and that timeout. Well, whatever they talked about in that particular timeout, it worked out for them. But still, Sonic sitting on 0 this time. 7 rounds in, 0-7 as an omen. After last match, I mean, we always saw him getting 1, right, every single time. Unfortunately, this time that's not the case. He couldn't even get 1 in 7.
Edge, what I feel like what's kind of not working out here for Septum is that change up of Missile going to a Chamber and
Exactly.
not having the chat to. Whereas in that Ascent map, there was nobody that could stop him, even his own teammates who couldn't do anything about it. But now the Boombot, it does recognize, kind of falls into it, but Zaps using his flash brilliantly gets one on Kyogen, and now Kyogen, who was so good as a supporter Edge, I think he should have gone back to that role. Now going in as a duelist, he had that responsibility to gain space and get that initial opening, gets denied.
Down instantly. Septum. I do have 2 more ultimates. So coming out of shadows, and to the force missile has to be careful there. Pochita, I thought he was gonna be peeking that angle. That's not gonna be the case. Zaps is playing this angle.
Oh! Okay.
Too slow.
That was nasty. You can't do that, Red. But Ronnie should be able to get 1. Yep, freebie. And Septum, well, they thought it was clear, but guess what? Now their ultimate was cancelled. Only Midas and Zaps. Zaps is taking control of B long. But he has to be careful, because Red is going to be right in front of him. And Red doesn't miss many. He will take him down. Down
30
to a 2
seconds
or 3.
left.
They do have the commander shadow available.
Oh.
On Omen, but only
Spike
Midas takes
down,
down
B.
his counterpart. Hermione is gone, and the spike is in the control of Amigos there. Both the players now here. Paranoia will be used in any second. Look at the position coming in. Guiding light is out, flash, but a couple of bullets just being shot here and there. Only
10
Midas.
seconds left.
He gets faked
Last
out.
player
He gets
remaining.
faked out. Sonic gets one
Last
counter
enemy
on, but does
remaining.
not get the second one, but the spike
Spike
will be
planted.
planted. Only Midas now in a 1 versus 1 situation. Yep, he gets that one. Mr. Red did not see that one coming. All he thought that he was going the goddamn
Clutch.
container, but guess what? It's right next to you,
Good
and
thing I was
only
with you.
Midas
Yes.
pulls off a beautiful 1v2 to get that 7th on the board on the side of Amigos Esports.
Destroy the goddamn recon. That was the only reason Midas won that. Every move that Mr. Red was making, Midas had it like a kind of a movie that was being shown right in front of his screens. And he was so happy, right? He had all the information that he wanted, and that was just so easy for the picking. And he got another round for the team. Amigos, irrespective, they could not have a complete flawless victory here in Bind. They're still getting rounds in their back,
want to
and there's
play?
nobody
Let's
stopping
play.
that. The ultimate commitment coming through at B-Long does not matter, but Missile with his own ultimate commitment of the 2v4s. Yes, the information will be taken that the players are out here, but Missile, he's popping off. Look at him. They should have still put him on that duelist where he could have done a lot more in terms of damage, but right as now that 3 players have been lost coming in from Amigos, making life even more difficult. But Mr. Red, he's reading this right, and I think he's going to be finding one, but Ronnie, before he could do anything, he gets one and immediately TP is back. And I think he has the ultimate. He's committing the ultimate and getting himself to the back. Missile, he had the opportunity, but immediately Ronnie finds an opportunity. Midas again making it work on the flank, backstab, and he gets one player out. Midas!
20 remaining.
Wait, I'm sorry, a little bit confused over there with Midas. But I thought he should have pushed in at the right time. There should have been a trade that we could have seen, but Missile finds the 4th and a 4K for him. And another round.
That right there is what made Septum destroy Amigos on the map of Essen.
Exactly.
Missile on that sniper rifle. Yes, it was a total force this time. Last time it was the operator, but that's the thing. He is just too good. And we have a technical pause being called. Well, it does give enough time for the teams to talk. And 7-5 is the best that Septum Exterior can do right now. And that's actually a good one. Even an 8-4, I think it's a decent score on the map of Bind if you're starting off on the attacking half. Right.
Yeah.
But one thing that they do need to be aware of is having a Yoru on the attack. It's always gonna be a rotations. So I hope Septum's ready for that, because it is the element of surprise. But they're slowly, getting the hang of it right now. Zaps is still having a really good time here, moving around the different parts of the map. But let's see what happens. We are gonna be having a replay here. Sonic is taken down by his counterpart there. And then Ronnie, he gets taken out. You see this shot last one. Boom, headshot. Is just too good. And he took a couple of shots with a Vandal to kind of fake that he doesn't have any more bullets in the ultimate. I mean, I know you guys can see it at the top. I do know that. I know that. But sometimes in a 1v2, you kind of just you might not notice that. Right.
Exactly.
I think that was the play. Maybe not, but I think that was a reason that he was confident. Sova there, he wanted to go for the peak, but then he did not expect the Cypher rifle to come into play, which was kind of easy. Boom headshot pretty much. Amigos have no eco whatsoever this particular round. So this round, on paper, should go to Septum.
This is what Edge. So many victories that Amigos have under their belt does not matter. They were unable to stabilize their economy. Now, going back to Ascent, if you remember, Septum had so much in terms of economy. It was just flourishing. They bought double operators out. They were making sure that every time that they went in for a fight, they had everything going in for them. Full buys, I would say full shields coming through, great weapons. Even if they lose a player, does not matter. They were immediately going in for the full buy for that player as well. But here, because every time Amigos won, it was very close cut. It was not that easy that they were just getting that victories down for them. So for Amigos, this eco can kind of break the momentum that they've made till now. And especially that Missile, he's found his form again and is completely throwing players out one after another and doing so much damage that nobody's able to, I would say, counter him. If there was a chance that Chamber, I would say, could have gotten that ult ops as the ultimate is being used, I'm pretty sure, as we saw a 4K, he's going to be more than halfway through his ultimate to get it again online. So if that was the situation that Riot ever made, I mean, Missile will be the one who's most happy. He did it with his Blade Storms, he's doing it now with his Tour de Force, and I think in the next upcoming matches it's going to be even more tough to deny that from happening. But again, the way the initial start was there coming in from the entire team of Amigos, they looked well prepared. But right now, Septum, they're slowly but steadily finding their ground.
Get that groove on.
Spike down
Find that
A.
zone. Make sure that you are back in the picture.
after having a really good, dominant first game.
Perfect.
We didn't expect this from Amigos. Gotta be honest. Did not expect this from Amigos. We know they had the potential. They did prove it to us at the end of the first game. But after that, I mean, having Juzo was nowhere to be found. And it's not just Juzo. It's not just one player. It's everyone popping off. I mean, gotta give it to Zaps as well. You can see he's having a really good time there on Yoru. A couple of misplays, but Yoru's a kind of
One
agent
enemy remaining.
that, you know, it's kind of hard to master because they just too many things that can be done
One
and
enemy
too many things that can go wrong as well. So you just gotta be careful.
And it
but
did happen
was
for Zaps once.
both of them happened. I mean, he did some insane plays. There was some silly mistakes. Will be the word that I would want to use. I think we have the timer resumed. Oh, my bad. We don't have it. It's time
We have it,
reduced to
Edge.
12. Oh, there it is. It's done. And Amigos will be going in for an Eco Septum. Should be able to get that third round on the board.
I mean, there is a possibility that there can be a thrifty that can be pulled from Amigos. They did start from the pistol round, so let's hope they do it again. But look at the slow play coming in from Septum. Now they're reading it right, that there are some aggressive positions that the side of Amigos do like to hold. But look, that look coming in from that Trailblazer was deadly, Edge. I mean, I feared when I saw that, and look at that Pochita start off, but it's not going to be working in the favor of Septum right now. Yes, they've lost a player, but look at that shot. Immediately giving them the wrong notion that there's just a classic. But if somebody comes in over there and that shotty gets a chance to pop off, that's going to be the second player taken down. But in the meantime, look at this. A little bit of a damage is being done. Pochita finds the second on missile now. Sonic is walking right into it. Why would you change? That was the brilliant timing that could have worked out. But Sonic, he's capitalizing after that. Now there's a backstab coming through. Juzo gets one. So still, the numbers are equalized right now. Juzo needs to find another one. The wall bang does a lot in terms of damage. Sonic immediately hides himself. But there's a boombot as well as the pain shell that does damage and push him back up. And now the side that has taken over has been taken back from Amigos, and they get a thrifty for themselves, Edge. And as I said, the thrifty can be pulled. They do it.
Boy,
Take your
this
time.
hurts. This hurts. I even stated that on paper it should be an easy round, and then
I mean,
Amigos just
Edge,
pull it off.
when I would say that shorty got exchanged, Ronnie should have held his position. I thought when that player also fell, I thought this is done. This should be Septum's round. But then the backstab from Juzo, that's where I think the entire game changed. I think not only Juzo, both Juzo as well as Midas came in from the backstab, and there was nothing that they could do.
Bomb buddy out.
God, how, like, okay, 8-4 is the best they can do right now, and if they
I've
can't get
got your
8-4,
tray.
and if it's a 9-3, and if they don't get the pistol run, game screen is over in the favor of Amigos, and we're going to the map of Haven. At this point, I actually want to see Haven.
Best of 3 going all the way. Juzo is right now, I think, in a position that's a little bit better, but look at this double play coming through towards Octagon. It's going to be a little bit difficult to counter, but now they know both the players' position. A paranoia is used brilliantly, but Pochita trying to deny hookah control. I think that's going to be a blast pack used to, I would say, jump down right into side, but Midas falls, but Juzo immediately trades. Does not matter. Missile finds that trade. So the positive trades and the numbers working in the favor of Septum. But look at them immediately going in for TP and getting over to A side, but in A side, Ronnie is still there. So Ronnie is not run away, but look at that. They want to kind of fake this, and that fake did work. Zaps fell right into it, because of which they did find another frag. So it's going to be a 4v2 situation, and this round should work in the favor of Septum. Wait, what?
30 seconds left.
Perhaps we spoke too soon. Because they can still make it work, but they're TPing out and they can't make it work anymore. They should not be able to make it work at least. It's going to be a fake TP coming in, and thank God there's no one inside a teleport. Otherwise, Ronnie would have gone down there. The aim was
Spike
on point. It's going to be a
planted.
3 versus 2 retake situation here. 40% on the clock and the spike. It can be, you know, the time can be a major factor here. But Septum, they're looking confident, and there's nothing to lose here for the side of Amigo. I think they should go for this. Save is not on the cards. They should just
One
go ahead
enemy
and get
remaining.
this one and missile. He gets one down to a 1v3.
Oh.
He misses. Oh, he doesn't miss. Actually, both of them rendezvous.
I mean, Missile, the position itself, the first
Last
one he
round
held
before
over the
the switch.
container was just completely unread off, and he did get Ronnie out of the board. Then it was Pochita, the last surviving player. He saw the pixels, but then he had another player who had pushed up elbow, so it's that they still get the round, right? It's not always about the number of frags that you take for your team, but once Missile started popping off, they are finding the rounds. But still, it's always that Amigos, if they're able to, I would say, start taking control of the round when we start off in the initial barrier drop, that's when they get the round back in their favor. But if they give up those fights, and then it's Septem's taking. So right now, the main thing that Amigos need to look forward to is get another round back. But Puchita, he's drawing, going in for the right top, gets denied. Why would you do that?
Oh my lord.
This is just
Everything
falling
is
apart.
falling apart. Exactly, too cocky from the side of Amigos right now. I mean, Pochita, he wanted to get that to the forest up. That is exactly why he wanted to go for it, but he should have been a bit more cautious,
Spike
right?
planted.
Because they did know that there were a couple players on towards that short area. Would have been careful, but a 2 versus 5 retake situation, and Septem with the way right now, I don't think they're gonna be giving away any space. Walk it, but
Last
a beautiful
enemy
thing.
remaining.
But Red with a beautiful tap gets one, but only Midas will get the trade there onto Hermione. But Red with the headshot again takes him down 8-4. I still
Switching
think
sides.
Septem has a really good chance, but if this pistol goes in the favor of Amigos, we are definitely gonna go into Haven.
Exactly, it's about the double digits edge. If Migos are able to push themselves to the double digits, get that 10th point online for themselves in the scorecard, we are mostly bound to head over to the last map, but it's not going to be that easy. Now that the sides have been switched up, and as we were initially talking about it, Bind will give you the slight advantage of defense, and now that defensive advantage is going to be there for Septem, but still Yoru is still on the cards for Amigos, and Zaps is going to be playing it. Zaps not completely exceptional, he was, I would say, brilliant when we started off the Bind map, but as we kind of trickled down and we reached the first half, there his, I would say, performance somewhere reached the threshold, and after that we have not been seeing some spectacular or crazy plays. So let's hope in the attacking half it's way better for him. It looks to be a B execution, whereas 3 players here, A shot, they're holding it strong. 1 player from Showers, it's going to be holding it off. But let's see this aim duel, it's not working for both. But Hermione calls in for a backup, and Mr. Red is going to be ready with it. The shot can't come through, but the smoke lets Midas pass and move to a safe position.
Healing over here.
It's really difficult right now. And I don't know how they can make a comeback. Damage has been dealt from Septem already. The fake, it was not fell into. Kyojin will be able to find one. That was just brilliant. And Amigos, they're losing it. They needed this pistol round at any cost. They're losing the aim duels, I would say, rather than even the round. This pistol, it's not working out in their favor. The time of that pink shell, he got a crispy shot, but immediately gets denied from Kyojin, and Kyojin with the 3k, it's just popping off right now, and there's nothing that he could deny. And Mr. Red
30 seconds
sneakily
left.
playing in his own Omen smoke, and right now they're reading it right, that it's an elbow push coming through. Ronnie gets spotted. Red right now just waiting for the opportunity, but Midas, I think he's right walking into the hands of the death. What?
Last player standing.
Wait, what was Midas doing? Give him the ace. Give him the ace.
left.
Give him the ace, and Kyojin gets the ace. But what happened? He missed. Yes, understandable. Missile, unfortunately missed. But then, what was Midas doing? Did he give up?
Yeah, he's like, take it. I'm done. I'm pretty sure Midas over there maybe was laughing or fell off his chair after that happened. I understand. I know that feeling. I mean, it does happen, right, Edge? When you're like playing and all of a sudden the entire magazine of his headhunter got over and Missile could not connect.
Scanning ahead.
And Missile being, I would say, such freak of a player who you kind of worry about, and he misses all his shots. One is fine, but all kind of not called for. But Kyojin got an ace and is making sure he feels confident, gets another 3k, and he's still pushing players off. Is he going for another ace? Feels like it. One bullet away, gets the second one. I'm sorry I even thought that Kyojin should be back on an initiator because he was playing really, really well. And I think it feels like Kyojin, after he just got those, I would say, assists, right, Edge? He's like, wait, if I've gotten so much assists, why not go in for a duelist? Because I've been part of so many kills. Let me just do the kills itself.
He has no assists this time. 0. He was sitting on 5 after the first half. He's sitting on 15 now at the top for the team. And you know what that means, right? That means Amigos, they have someone to be afraid of right now.
Revealing
They gotta be
area.
careful. Because if he starts popping off, there's nothing that you can do. And Hermione, Marshall, gotta be careful. Midas, 3, 2, 1. Okay, the shotgun will not be connecting. The second one was kind of off. But Pochita, he can actually. That is a Marshall indeed, right? I don't think that's an operator.
It's a Marshall.
The Marshall will not be dealing any damage. Will not be getting the shot connected whatsoever. The boom bar is gone. The drone, he has to take it down. He's missing all the shots, and it doesn't check hookah. It doesn't check hookah.
Edge, right as now the play coming in from Amigos, it feels kind of too weird of whatever they're trying to do. They're trying to
Standing
play
ahead.
slow, maybe getting a
There
couple of
they
frags, but does not matter. Septem are better,
Whoa.
and look at that. Immediately the numbers get equalized and weapon upgrade. I mean, I don't know. Again, look at this aim duel, getting missile, finding another one. The last player is going to be Ronnie. He's going in for that trade, but it's a little bit too late. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going in for. I was about to say a wide peak, but he just goes in for just a little bit of a movement over there, and missile he's going to be punishing. The only way to kind of deny that aim when the crosshair was already kind of stuck onto the wall is going to be going in for a wide peak, but makes a mistake and another round given away, and Septem closing the gap up. Just one more round.
Damn. Both Missile and Kyojin, the top fraggers, the star player for the side of Septem on the previous matchup. It looks like they found the groove. And once again, Amigos struggling on their attacking. On the last time, they only had one shot, right? They only had I'm sorry, they didn't have one. They only had one defensive shot,
Yeah.
which they lost, which was a pistol. This time they had more, and they managed to get 8. But back on their favor and defensive half, and they're making it work as well. Right now, it should be on paper once again. Theoretically speaking,
Edge.
this should be a free round. for the side of
Amigos
Septem.
look so confused right now, Edge. They're thinking about executing everywhere.
Grenade!
I mean, you can see right now, they've done kind of the damage here outside hookah, but does not matter. The Sky is going to be healing up Kyojin. He's going to be ready for a fight. So, it's looking at how their movement is, they're unclear and of what they want to do. It's just that they want to go in for a pick. If they get that first opening, if they get the frag, then is where they're looking forward to start executing. But right now, reading this right is going to be Mr. Red as well as Kyojin. There's a flash ready, and the flash works. Ronnie falls down. That's the smokes completely being denied for the side of Amigos.
Confusion, as you said. A lot of confusion there.
30 seconds left.
And the Missile missing a couple of shots there. I really like his crosser as well. That's a beautiful color. Showstopper will not be useful. Yep, there it is. Kind of wasted. But Zabs is pushing over towards the long area. Missile, he kind of repositioned himself. He's now looking to play from on side. Jumps one, takes one. Jordan gets a double. Missile gets one. The last one was long. Zabs is him. And then he goes, no, he styles on him. Classic right click in his face. And Zabs has no answer whatsoever. That's a flawless in the favor of Septem.
2 aces, and that confidence is right now sky high for Kyojin, irrespective of what they're trying to do. He did not worry that his ultimate went to waste. He's like, it's okay. I still have my weapon, right? I can still frag. I can still find those kills, and gets the last one with that right click supremacy coming through. But it's 8-8. 16 rounds done, and the gap was closed. It was
In the blink of an eye, it was quick.
5-1, right? 4 rounds, 5-0 was somewhere down when
6-0,
they
6-0,
started.
it was
Yeah,
6-0.
6-0. 6 rounds that they had under control, and then there was a timeout called. And that timeout changed everything to bring it to an 8-4.
Oh no. Okay, that was a really good play coming in, and that Okay, that bot did not spot him, but the drone along with the nade, absolutely beautiful execution coming in from Amigos. Already taken down 3 players, and now both the players are doing a CT. They know that the shock dart will be pushing them away, and that's a beautiful crosshair placement coming in from Pochita. Will be able to deal a lot of damage onto Hermione. Will spot him. Should be able to take him down, but no, that's not going to be the case. With Spike started a 2v fight, retake Septum. Well, they threw away this round.
Finally, a commitment that Amigos made to get the round back, and back to back they've lost 4 rounds immediately after the switch up. I mean,
One enemy remaining.
4 rounds in the attacking half, but also in the defensive half when they were there. So I think in a total of 6 rounds is what they've lost. But finally getting a flawless, the full buy. Look at that. Immediately a strategic execution. They committed and decided that they're going to be going in for a B hit. And players from Hookah as well as from B-Long started pushing up, and there was nothing that the players on the side from Septum could do. Players started falling apart. They got the side under control, and the way they brilliantly covered and made sure from the defender spawn there's nobody pushing out, and they held them back to the ground. So there'll be 2 rifles that they will have a chance to save, but the operator, it comes back online. Let's see if that operator starts completely popping off, because I'm pretty sure Missile's operator in the previous map is still stuck to our minds.
Revealing it.
There you go.
There you go. Again, he doesn't fail to deliver. At least, was that a boombot and boombot action, or was that a fake out?
As a boombot and a boombot.
Damn.
They don't like each other.
Wait,
Don't be
don't even
confused.
know.
But right now, Amigos have lost the player. So their initial round that they grabbed away from Septum is being taken away. Septum were not happy about it. And look at them. They're just going into the flags, and they're going to be getting... I think this should be a flawless. Ronnie is the last surviving player. Denied the flawless. But a run and gun coming in from Hermione. I understand you have the number in terms of advantage, but come on, a run and gun, especially with the Vandal. I know how freaky that Vandal is. I mean, I've seen some crazy shots with the run and gun and connects a headshot edge. So anything can happen with that unpredictable spray.
True. And thank you for saving me from an embarrassment. I was stuttering because I was so confused how the boombots, kind of attacked each other there. I still don't think that should be possible, but we'll take a look at that after the game is done. Right now it's going to be 9-9 and a 4-by run coming in from both the sides. I mean, even if Septum lose it, they still have a lot of economy, but if Amigos lose this, they're going to be pushing.
There they are.
They're going to be forced to eco, which means Septum will not only have a lead, but they also have a really good chance of getting that 11th on the board.
I mean, I still really like Amigos not letting go of the lead. Till now, it's Septum not even for a single round have gotten the lead, or even in one of these 2 halves. But equalizing the score is what Septum have been capable in doing. But Amigos, let's hope they find it. But look, they've understood there's a TP over here. Ronnie trying to spray through. Both of them receiving the damage, but Hermione's spray was just a little bit tad better and does a lot in terms of the damage. Now, right now, if there was a chance that Hermione could TP, could have completely healed themselves up, but right now that's not going to be working out. They have to come out, but Missile on the other end, you receive the damage, and Pochita gets the advantage and takes down Hermione in the teleporter itself. So that's going to be a position being denied, and they're immediately rushing towards A side. The spike, it gets his way in. I think Missile missed his shot with that operator, because of which the spike gets easily planted. But yes, they have the Sky, and that gets a chance to heal, and Missile will be back to 100.
Mr. can actually take this one.
they
Oh,
are.
never mind. The trap, the trademark. Will spot out one. Oh, Kyojin, you nasty little guy. He almost got that one as well. Mr. Dead will be using that guy to take, get the information. But there's no one there. Pochita, he hasn't spotted. You will be able to see that, and he will. But it's a bit too late. Ronnie, we get one. And look at the positioning coming in. And now Kyojin is the only one surviving. He does get tagged. The fake TP. And there you go. The Yoru special. Zabs gets himself a 3k, even though he was really low on HP. Does manage to fake it out, and Kyojin fell for it. A 10-9, saving themselves an eco round. Amigos back with the lead, but Septum, they're still in the game. This is going neck to neck. They're
Exactly.
going blow after blow, and Septum, they need this one.
It's going so close. I mean, either Septim want to get the lead as soon as possible, but Amigos again and again denying it. Even though Amigos are unable to get their, I would say, footing in the attacking half, it's understandable because it's the attacking half on bind. It's not that easy to pull off. But still, they're understanding the play that is being made from Septim, holding it off. But look at this. Now there's an ultimate commitment from Missile, the 2d4s, and we saw how, I would say, effective he was on the attacking half when he used that 2d4s. Exactly, the 4K coming through. So let's see.
Let's see what happens this time. I mean, now it's on the defensive half where it can be of much better use. Oh, the timing
Across.
missile. You got to be careful because he can just break it, and if he goes for a Ferrari peak, he's gonna be going down, and Miss Pochita is holding on to this angle.
There's still
Gotta
a
be really careful.
trademark.
But on the other side of the map, there is a trademark. Exactly. I mean, if he peeks it, if he breaks it and then peeks it like really quick, one of those Ferrari stretches. You gotta be careful. But Zaps, he gets one. Missile finally takes on Pochita, but that TP. Okay, not a good one, but Zap doesn't really care. He gets one, a toe stop is out, he still gets one before going down. A 2 versus 3 situation right now. Missile comes out, he takes one down, he's still up.
30 seconds
He's
left.
still up, he
One
turns around, he
enemy
gets
remaining.
one more. Does he predict that there's one down? He doesn't.
Last player standing.
Now in a 1v1, he vents this. I haven't seen Missile lose such fights yet again. Tour de force, full force, 3 kills. And the last one was just too good.
I'm unable to believe.
Let me save you this time. Because that was insane. And Missile, yeah, you have to get that operator.
Exactly.
Not on Kyojin, not on Hermione, not on Red Sonic. It has to be on Missile, and he's just going ham. I mean, yes, this game is kind of looking shaky, but look at the score right now. 22 to 10, 2.2
You want
KD on
to
Missile.
play? Let's
On a
play.
chamber, things would have been different. Oh, cabbages are out. This gives him a position, but Hermione goes down to Pochita's toe the force.
Oh, this time he falls into the fake out, and now they have attacked
One
the A side.
enemy
They've
remaining.
completely gotten it under control, and look at Zaps popping off. He's already gotten 2 for himself. Which is, you didn't mention, it does not let go. It does give away the position of Midas. But come on, in a 1v5, it doesn't even matter right as of now. But the way they pushed and committed to the one particular opening, that was A side, they've controlled it. Again, look at them. They're not at all ready to give up that lead. Again, this is going to be another round written in the name of Amigos. They'll be getting the 11th one in their name, but Midas, he does not care. He understands that this should be a save coming through from Missile, because, I mean, that should be a understandable that opponent, whoever is surviving, should have a better weapon in the economy. From both the ends, it's not that great because it's back and forth on every round, so it's bound to happen that the player is looking forward to going in for a save. The hunt is not specifically there. It was just Midas checking one particular corner at Haven, but at the end of the day, he's going to be surviving. So Missile will still have his operator online edge, but I mean, finding frags is going to be the most crucial part. Having something online, having the weapon in your hands is not just going to be enough.
Yeah, you gotta put it to good use. And right now they still have the economy. This is what I wanted. This is what I was waiting for. I knew a timer was going to be coming into play from the side of Septim. Because last time we saw that being called by Missile. This time it's Kyojin calling the timeout, right? Last time it worked out. They pulled it back 6-0 to 8-4. So basically they gave away 2 rounds and they won 4 rounds. But this time they can't afford to give any more rounds and they need to win 3. So they can actually make it work. So it all depends on what kind of, but this squad's coming in from it. It's absolutely beautiful. And after that, I think Pochita getting that frag over towards the player and Shovers was the opening that they needed, and they all capitalized on that. Zabs just using the fake out and just follow him. You saw that how he was following the fake Yoru there. That there's no way you can counter that unless you just spam through the first Yoru and maybe get a couple of things on the second one.
Saps played really well in that round. I mean, making use of his utilities, getting entry into the side. That's what we talk about for the duelist, right? You need to be the ones who's looking forward to getting those entries and creating space for the team. That's
He's
what
not
they did.
scared.
Exactly, that's what is needed. And Zaps was doing that in the previous map as well. He was, as you said, fighting with Missile himself, the Jet.
Exactly.
And I think that's the confidence that is working out right now. But again, Missile, he's still popping off. He's not letting go of his team to lose this map. This is their map choice, so he wants that to work. But right now, Zaps is walking right into Missile. Previously, it was the Jet. Can he find this again? can Zap's counter missile? He's ready, he's reading it, but I think it's going to be the peak coming through, and the peak, and the shot does not work this time. Missile receives a lot of in terms of the damage, but just because he had the rendezvous, immediately gets back to the defender spawn.
Beautiful smoke. Okay, that's beautiful TP coming into play as well. But the grenade is on point. Will be pushing him away, but Pochita takes a bit of damage there. Zap's got to be careful. He's up close. Sonic, he needs this frag. He needs one onto Ronnie, and then maybe they can make it work. But the spike is going to be planted. A 5 versus 5. The Hunter Fury is out. Sonic, he doesn't get any, but Hermione gets one. Kyojin gets one onto Ronnie. A beautiful trade coming in from Zaps though, but Red gets him as well. A 2 versus 4 situation right now, and Red is the one that's able to get this one onto Juzo, but it's the other way around. Juzo gets him. Sonic, he needs one. Any bullet will do. Any bullet will do, and he gets a headshot. Doesn't really matter. Gets the second one. No, he doesn't. Midas is low down to 30 points. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 situation right now. Midas is going to be peeking in the second half. Diffuse will be coming in. It's going to be Missile with the headshot onto Midas. And the 11 turn is on the board. It's going back and forth and back and forth. 11 to 11. And I want to see the economy on the side of Amigos right now.
Okay, there's one thing that's coming to my mind that I'm not going to be talking about. If it happens...
Oh no.
Yeah, you got it. But let's hope. But this going back and forth, I don't know what to expect. But
There's a judge, Sam. There's a judge.
yeah, I mean, look at this. The economy is not great on both the ends, and because of which there is a judge commitment coming in from Hermione. But I would have wanted to see that on
I don't
Kyojin.
think that's a reason. I don't think the economy is the reason. Because if he sells that, he gets around 3,200 in the bag. I think the reason that he wants to play judge is because he's expecting a push coming into hookah, and that's exactly where he's playing. If I'm not wrong, there you go. But that's not where the push is coming in. It's coming in towards shot. So a good decision. I mean, good thinking. But I think it's gonna go against him unless they TP out. Now the only thing Septem need to do is make sure that they all TP, take that teleporter, and make their way to Asuka. Because if that judge gets a double, that's round.
That's a round. That's the lead that Septem wanted. But again, they're looking forward to A. And if A has worked multiple times, they do not want to give it up. And again, same play being made from Zap. It's being read from Kyojin. He has been spotted. He's going to be at triple. They're throwing down a lot towards Kyojin to try and push him out. But still, look at that. The spike commitment is not done. That's the reason he's thinking about the paint shell. But the fight is being missed from Pochita. That was very crucial. He had to take down Sonic. But Sonic gets control of Lamps. And now it's going to be very difficult. Zap's trying to hold control of it. Ronnie trying to make a trade. He goes in for the shouted step in front of Kyojin. And he takes it as it comes and welcomes it. But right now Midas' position is brilliant. He needs to find one from that position, but he goes down. But Juzo holding bench, a 1v2 situation. Both the players are pushing up, and finally Septem finding their 12th match point and their lead. And look at the timing of that lead.
Exactly. It couldn't have been better because the economy on the side of Amigo Esports, it's gone. It's in jeopardy.
Match
I think
point.
maybe they can get themselves a couple of rifles with light shields, and that's about it.
They're
That's exactly
barely
what's happening.
scraping up.
Three rifles with light shield, 2 light shields and the full shield. Zaps has nothing to work with. Maybe get himself a Spectre. There you go. He has to sell his flash or something for that. But there's a judge on Juzo, which I think can be put to great use because he does have the Satchel to work with. But one thing, Zaps has to be a bit. I mean, to be honest, that is creative. That is actually really good, what he's doing. But he has to keep shifting things up. He's doing the same thing again and again. Kind of predictable at this point.
Exactly. He has to kind of do something new. As you said, he's been doing the same thing, but right now he gets the ult top, gets the ultimate for himself, and is already placing up his gate crash and uses the ultimate for information. And this is what I said. A is working out. They're getting the spike down, but it is just that they're making smaller mistakes and they're unable to pull it off. But this time, look at that. He uses a fake out, and I think nobody fell to that fake out. And again, similar. They have not cleared anything. But look at this. There's just utility commitment coming in from both the ends. But Juzo was so damn low that the paint shell connected and took him down.
Spike planted.
A 4 versus 5 retake situation here. Match point.
I think
Series point for Septem Experience.
Oh!
And Amigos. That's it. It's good. It's done. That beautiful Satchel pushed him out. And now Sonic, he gets one. He has to take him down. It's over. Everything that Amigos went through doesn't really matter. They come out on top. And what a way. Okay, we were talking about the last one being really interesting and a good one. Well, guess what? This was the closest one we've had so far. 13-11. And it was back and forth the entire match
Exactly.
from the start.
I mean, kudos to Amigos
from the
here,
start.
even though Septim kind of won this and got themselves to the next one, the round of 8 that we'll be seeing them in the quarterfinals. But it was not at all easy. And I'm pretty sure Septim themselves, when they saw what happened here in the start, they were bamboozled. They were like, wait, what? Did we just fight with the same team? That would be their first question that would have come to their mind. But still, kudos to Amigos to pull off a match like this, bring it so close. But I think it's just the last moment lead that they got, especially on the match point, that just uplifted the confidence coming in from the side of Septim.
Too good. This was the match I needed today. But I mean, the first matchup, yeah, it was 13-0. It was
Yeah.
fun. Let me tell you, it wasn't boring. It was a one-sided, but we kind of enjoyed it. But these are the type of matches that we want to see. It looked like Amigos were gonna go 13-0. I mean, I had that in my head at least 6-0. And I mean, after that, we thought maybe Amigos will walk away with the win, right? 8-4 first half. And then Amigos were up 9 and then 10, and it was 10 in the favor of Septim, 11 in the favor of Amigos, 11 in the favor of Septim. But then that pattern, it kind of went the other way around.
Yeah.
Septim got that 12th, which means the economy was broken on the side of Amigos, which made them, go for those crappy buys. They went for the Judges. There was a couple of Spectres. I'm sorry, a Guardian being picked on Zaps, which means, his position, his gameplay is going to be, altered a bit, which caused them to lose, unfortunately, at the end. But that Satchel play at the end, did you see that? That Satchel actually pushed over
Yeah.
into the teleporter. That was, I mean, I know it wasn't planned, but I mean, if someone asked, I would say it was all planned.
Yeah, you don't know. It was planned, okay? You have never heard the comms. It was planned. But
Yeah.
yes, getting back, as you said, it was unbelievable. It was a proper roller coaster of a ride that we keep talking about that both these teams put up in terms of a performance. Septim, I mean, they deserve to win, especially after putting up a show in the first map. We thought that this should have been an easy close, but still, it took time for them. They did give their all and get it. So let's quickly take a look at the highlights once more. It all started here when missiles started popping off. Yes, it was a 6-0. They did still get one round, but then it was all missile. Missile just started popping off in every round of the attacker's side. And once he started getting rounds in his favor, that's where I would say the opponent couldn't take it. They gave those rounds. They gave it to an 8-4. And if it wouldn't have been an 8-4, I think it should have worked out. But the other thing also which kind of fell apart was that second half where they were executing only at A side, consecutively 3 rounds, pulling the same playstyle and I would say setup. I think that's where
Enemy remaining.
Amigos could not do anything better. If they could have changed even slightest of it, maybe going for a B fake and then hit A, they could have gotten the round.
I mean, although they were still going for the A, I don't know why, but Septim only had 2 players on A every single time. They knew that it was gonna be A, and they still had only 2. It was always B along with Sonic and sorry, I forgot the Raze's name there. They were
Georgian.
all
enemy
George, you
remaining.
know, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was
Took
AO.
2 aces.
Okay, my bad. 2 aces. Exactly. The moment of okay. Now here's the thing.
One enemy remaining.
If I ask you a question, yeah, okay, we'll talk about that after the highlights because right now because we just did a beautiful round coming in as well. You also have to hand it to Juzo because last game, nothing, absolutely nothing, and we thought, I mean, actually even thought that he might be replaced coming in this much.
I mean, you thought, but yeah,
I thought.
I
I agree.
it's kind
Last
of
player standing.
you can get into that mentality, especially as you said, right, after losing so many of the fights. But here's what I think kind of did not work for Amigos, especially in the second half. They started, even we said, right, there's a gap that can be closed. I think they kind of fell into it. They kind of thought that they're closing in on the gap and they started kind of losing their nerves. That's where they, I would say, lost their footing. Otherwise, even on the attacking half, you saw them, they never gave up the lead. So the chance was still there for Amigos to close this map out. But it is just the nerves that got to them that maybe this team still has got a lot in terms of working and maybe even thinking that this is a defense favored map. So it's going to be very difficult for us to get rounds in our favor.
It's just that previous game. I think it was just the back of the head, right?
Yeah.
That it was just a tiny bit. It was coming out in between the between rounds, not all the time. They were really confident. I really love that Yoru pick coming out from Zaps. He played really well.
Oh yes.
Gotta give kudos to Juzo as well, especially considering that he had a terrible game last time. But Zaps and Juzo, they put up a brilliant fight this time. Amigos as a team entirely put up a great fight. There were a couple of I mean, here's the thing: they always win the duels if it's 2v1. But 1v1, 8 out of 10 times, they lost the duels.
Yeah.
1v1s. They were always getting traded or, just die in 1 by 1 or something like that. But every time they went for that double peaks, they got it, right? There were a couple of
Yes.
double peaks on towards the long. There were a couple of double peaks towards that shower area and that short area. That is where they made it work. But every time they got that 1v1 peaks, 1v1 duels, it seemed kind of iffy. Maybe they weren't feeling as confident as they would like. But there were some insane movements coming in as well. You saw Zaps moving around the map. We saw a couple of Sassel plays coming in from Kyojin. Yes, 2 aces. So coming back to my question, Sam, if I ask you, what do you think is the most important moment in the game? Would you tell me that it was the 2 aces coming back to back from Kyojin, which boosted his confidence, and one of them being the pistol round, which they desperately needed, or do you think it was the 4K and 3K coming out from Missile, which was one in the attacker, which they needed desperately to get that momentum, and the second one in their defensive half, which also they needed to get that momentum back? Which one do you think
I'm going to
wins?
be picking Missile because I understand that is ace, but that ace wouldn't have come through if Missile wouldn't have uplifted the team's confidence. So he was very crucial in terms of making that impact that we have still not lost the game. You don't have to lose hope. We still have a chance to make our way in, and especially on bind, 8-4 is a good score to get on the first half when you're attacking. And I think that's where everything worked out. That confidence came through, and then immediately the pistol round rolled in where they got frags, got the round in their favor, and I think that's where it all built up. Then Kyojin, the team gave him, I would say, the chance that go out, go frag. You're the duelist. You have a chance to, I would say, even take down team opponents just because of your utilities. Use that and completely spread your wings. And I think that's where it worked out in his favor and got 2 aces. Otherwise, maybe we wouldn't have even seen the aces coming through. But now coming back to the actual picture here, where Amigo could have done something better. I had a spot of 2 fights, and it was both of the times that we saw Midas. One was Midas and Pochita. Pochita was, I think, at A heaven, and Midas was coming from a backstab. Midas does get one pick, and Pochita, he did not have a chance to run away. They had already spotted him. So I think if there was a chance that Midas pushed up at the right moment when Pochita was getting spotted, there could have been a trade that could have been quickly been done, and Midas could have gotten around. Another one where I would say 2 players, Missile as well as another one coming in from the side of team Septim, was stuck back of side in B. If he went for a wide swing, Missile had already missed his first 2d4 shot. So I think if he went for a wide swing with that Vandal, he could have connected the shot. A spray transfer could have been seen on both the players and he could have gotten the round. But I understand, right? It got to their nerves. It's not that easy. He went only for a slight movement, and that's the reason he did not get an idea about it, that both the players were there. But the MVPs from both the sides, as we said, the duelists were very crucial from both the ends. The confidence that Juzo brought in this game, as well as Kyojin after Missile started popping off, was just brilliant. And you can see Missile how close he is in terms of the ACS. It's going to be 279, just not even 20 if you want to say it. It's just 14 away from where he's standing. But look at the KDA. It's better than Kyojin coming through. But here's where I would say a little bit it fell apart. And as I said, Midas is just sitting at 1 in terms of KDA. So in terms of synergy, a little bit here and there were a couple of weak points for Amigos. I think that's one of the reasons they lost this game.
But one more thing I would like to point out is that at this time, everyone on the side of Amigos had a 1 KD, at least.
Yes.
Well, Sonic is the only one on the server with 0.95, only one below 1. But everyone on the side of AES, so I mean, yes, they're going to be disheartened, especially, I mean, not just losing 30-0, but this one,
exactly.
They felt like they were supposed to
It
win.
does not matter the 30-0, but this one matters. They put up one hell of a show.
Septem stole this one. They stole this one thanks to Kyojin and Missile. I mean, even if you would have asked me the same question I asked you, I would have said Missile was the one, because those 2 rounds, I mean, yeah, the pistol round was important, but Missile's 2 rounds were so crucial that they were actually the rounds that actually gave the confidence to the rest of the team, right? Which led
them to have a really good game and come back. And talking about the ACS as well, Missile 279, 293 on Hyojin. Juzo, absolutely incredible play coming in. The highest, not the highest KDA in the server, but when compared to the other race, he does have a better one, 1.69, but Missile 2.55. That guy is an absolute beast.
I mean, that's why we call the chamber a pseudo duelist, right? And he's showing us why it is to be known that way. But again, now you know why these teams are giving it their all. We have seen close matches, we have seen dominating matches, we have seen matches where one team is just completely going ham and not even giving a breathing space for the opponent. It's all because of this prize pool. And on top of this prize pool, there's another bigger, I would say, if I say title, it's already given up. There's even higher stakes about this prize. It's that title of that king of the hill. And once you win this, you unlock yourself to be on the top and look down upon all your contenders for the next season of this WD Black Cup. And who does not want it, right? I mean, there's only one challenger out of all these numerous teams that are looking forward to participate. One deserving contender.
And if you somehow make it to the contender finals and win that finals and take down Global, you're not just you're not just getting that bragging right, but one more thing you're confirming is moving on to the next season, that is season 4, you'll be getting yourself a prize. I mean, a major chunk of the prize pool for sure. Like, it's going to be for sure in your favor. So that is something. I mean, bragging rights are always good.
Yes,
but a bit of a bit of green is always good. Both in
that's
my
always
career,
right.
I'm talking about the game. And, those red days, man, they hurt. So that thing is good. The green there and the green here. It's always good to have.
We'll be looking forward to everybody does. I mean, after that, maybe look forward to a vacation, buy a couple of extra aimbot skins over there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just saying.
Aimbot skins.
Yeah, I mean, we know, right? Sometimes it does happen. It does give you the edge over there. So, but still, these two teams who we saw right as of now playing was just phenomenal. Amigos, somewhere down the line, we thought that I think it's going to be done, but they showed us that you should never lose hope. And they got to a position where we thought that maybe Amigos are going to be pushing us to the last map where we're going to be seeing Haven coming into picture. But then we saw the first match itself where the scoreline tells you something different, but it was a really good matchup. Both the teams were kind of giving it their all, but Lethal as well as right now Septum have qualified to the next upcoming match.
They did, and with that, you know what? We are done with the matches for the day, and we'll be looking forward to the round of 8 tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be BO3s again, but Sam, you know what time it is. It's time for us to sign off. So it's going to be me, Eds, alongside Lucifer. We both have our Instagram handles down here. I mean, here you can see it. So make sure to check us out on Insta. And if you missed out on the action, don't worry. We have all the updates and the matches that are already also being played offline. All the updates will be posted on Skyesports social handles, so make sure to check it out as well. But up until tomorrow, good night, take care, and stay safe.
See ya.
Spike